All right. I call this meeting to order at 7:08 p.m. Land acknowledgement. Oh, yeah. Okay. Give me 1 second. We have to do a land acknowledgement, which I'm not going to skip over because, I mean, if it would like to load, that would be amazing. Okay, so UCF's legislative branch respectfully acknowledges that the University of Central Florida resides on the lands and territories of the Ais, Apalachee, Calusa, Timucua, I'm so sorry if I butcher these, and the Tocobago tribes, as well as the Seminole tribe of Florida and the Miccosukee tribe of Indians of Florida. Many individuals of these indigenous groups were forced to leave their land and lost their lives to genocide and other forms of settler, colonial, and state-sponsored violence. As an entity, we recognize that the historical and ongoing impact of the colonization of indigenous communities. We also acknowledge the role that UCF has played, not UCF, but I'm going to skip over that one. We are committed to diversity, equity, inclusion, and we will continue to work to be more accountable to indigenous peoples of Florida and beyond. That's a land acknowledgement. Look it up, y'all. All right, we're going to skip over the Pledge of Allegiance and National Anthem, but if you are interested in doing either of those, please let me know. If you like to sing, let me know. We've had that before, so I'm going to go ahead and go with roll call and verification of quorum. Do we have the Vice Chair of LJR here? You may. If you would like to come stand up here, that would be great. Unless you would sit down, that's fine.
Lazo. Present. Herrera.
Present.
Trainer.
Present.
Neva Cruzat.
Present.
Ibe. Ibe.
Resigned.
Kana.
Present.
Morissette.
Present.
Temple.
Present.
Vaughan.
Present.
Bishop. Senator
Resigned.
Bishop. Resigned. Karingo.
Present.
Datulis.
Present.
DeCara.
Present.
Butler.
Present.
Campbell.
Present.
Castillo. Castillo. Absent. Lazier. Lazier. Austin. Absent. Fintel.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Larson.
Present.
Moore. Moore is resigned, yes?
Not completely sure, but I think so.
Okay. Rose. Rose. Samuel Rose. Absent. Whitson.
Here.
Yera.
Present.
Quiroga.
Present.
Carter. Ariana. Absent.
Blanket excuse.
Gotcha. Brown.
Present.
Similo.
Present.
Hamayan.
Present.
Nadella.
Present.
Patel,
Present.
Yalamanchili. Excused. Shaw, Napier Shaw.
That was my sign over for the summer.
Gotcha.
This is Luthra.
Luthra. Acosta,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Duke,
Present.
Hochfelder, Matthew, absent,
Resigned.
resigned. Gotcha. Holmes,
Present.
Donahue,
Present.
Barnett,
Present.
Lacasse,
Present.
Polera,
Present.
Pullman,
Present.
Richmond,
Present.
I'm here, Vasquez,
Present.
Kairos Rivera,
Present.
DeMarla,
Here.
and Matal.
Present.
With a count of 40 out of 45, quorum is verified.
Thank you. Approval of the minutes. Please take a look at last meeting's minutes, which was July 27th of the previous semester. And then I'll take a motion. Chair Temple.
Move to approve last meeting's minutes.
There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Approve the agenda. Please take a look at today's agenda, and then I will take another motion. Chair Butler.
Motion to approve today's agenda.
There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, this agenda stands approved. Open forum. Today we have Dr. Frame here, the Vice President of SSWB. Thank you so much for coming. Let's give her a hand.
Do I push? Good. Yes. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Hello, distinguished leaders, Senate leadership, distinguished senators, guests. My name is Dr. Adrienne Frame, and I'm the Vice President for Student Success and Wellbeing here at UCF. Welcome back to campus. Welcome to fall semester. And thank you so much for your willingness to lead in this unique way on our campus. It is so critical to have our student voice in place and to really begin our work together as we move through the semester coming. I want you to think about your roles as senators. Who are you representing? Look at your name tag if you're not sure. What is the constituency that you are representing in your role? How have you learned or determined what the interests and needs of those students are? How have you reached out to them? What are your plans to do that? How do you know where they stand? As senators, it's our opportunity to really think about how our votes, how our legislation, how the things we want to do with this body serve the students that we are working with and for. Thinking about working with your faculty in your colleges, thinking about the caucuses that you serve. How are you going to make sure that your deans understand what you are doing and how you can best lift the needs of your colleges and constituencies that way? Think about that. How can you be most helpful? And what would help actually look like for the students that you work with? We are here to help. We as administration, one of the things I love the most about UCF, quite frankly, is the fact that we are in relationship with each other. That my interest, this is the very best thing on my agenda today. Being able to be in this space with you is by far the best thing I've done today. I would love to just be here all the time. Being with students is what my whole role is about. There are a whole lot of people in student success and well-being just like me. How can we help you to be successful? What are your goals collectively as students, and how do we reach them together? When you think about legislation that you're going to be working on, when you think about resolutions, who are the people that do that work already on campus? What do you know about what they do? Have you had coffee with them? Have you sat down with them? Have you had access to them? The first people to help you get that access are Shane and Brody. Those two folks can help you get connected with folks to learn what you need to learn around the issues that are of concern for you, so that we can make sure that when we do bring forward ideas and thoughts, that they're in line with understanding of what is present and what may need to be improved and encouraged throughout the process. We are here to help, and we serve in concert with each other. It's what makes our decisions so much stronger, and we're here for you. Please get with Brody and Shane, and they can get you with all the people that you might need to work with. I want to lift a couple of things to you because I'm hoping that to partner with your leadership to help get this information out to the rest of the student body. Internship and career. That is why we're here, right? To get gainfully employed once we are finished with our degree. Internship and Career Fair is coming to the arena on September 21st from 1 to 4 p.m. Professional dress is encouraged. You do not have to register, but you will need a UCF ID. Over 300 employers coming. Please put that on your agenda and come. Again, you don't have to register, but you do need your ID with you September 21st in the arena. This month, September, is Suicide Prevention Month. And so I really want to lift right now some thoughts and ideas and resources for you as we look at ways that we can support each other and normalize and center help seeking in our community. How can we help people find the resources that they need and know that there are people here to help them? A couple of resources to lift. I'd like for you to write down some homework assignments for yourselves to do when you get done, or if you're looking for something to Google while I'm talking. On the CAPS website is on the front page are some green lines, some green links for you. On those links are a couple of things that I'd just like to lift quickly. Therapy Assisted Online is the first one, TAO, T-A-O. If you click on that green link, you're going to come to our TAO process. This is a whole litany, a whole library of resources to help with stress, mindfulness, thoughtfulness, planfulness. How can you, some strategies and some real skill-based pieces that will help you gain some things that you may need to help with some of the stress that will come this semester. TAO is always available, easy to sign up, right off the CAPS website, off of those green bars. Another green bar, Together All. Together All is another 24-hour resource. You sign up right off the CAPS website. It is a peer-to-peer based platform to share concerns. It is also moderated by a professional. So if there's need to get involved, there are certainly people to do that. Together All is another excellent resource available directly off of the website. Cognito for Students is also off of the CAPS website. It's on one of those green bars, Kognito. Cognito is a fascinating piece. It takes about 45 minutes to do. It is an online avatar-based platform that is I'm going to date myself right now, but it's like a choose your own adventure book. I don't even know if you know what I just said, but basically you go through a series of vignettes and it stops in certain places and it asks you, what would you like to ask the student? How would you like to respond? And depending on how you respond, it shows you how the student responds to you. It's an opportunity to look at, again, help-seeking behaviors, things that might indicate a student is under stress, distress, or concern, and helps you identify those much, much more effectively. The Cognito system takes about 45 minutes to do. I really encourage you to do it. Take a look at it. You don't have to do it all at once, but it is a great opportunity to practice some responses and see what response might have been better and what responses might have gotten you had you done it a little bit differently. It's a great learning tool, and it's very quick. An additional resource is one that actually student government exec has already done, and that's the QPR program, Question, Persuade, Refer. This is a 1-hour program that really focuses specifically on students who may be struggling and thinking about dying by suicide. It is specifically about how we ask the question, how we direct students to the appropriate resources, and how we bring them the support that they may need. QPR is being offered by CAPS twice in the next week. Let me give you those dates. This is a really excellent program. Again, Cognito's kind of the first step, and QPR would be an additional step if you're interested in doing it, and I encourage you to do it. CAPS is doing 2 QPR workshops in the next week, Tuesday, September the 12th at 3 p.m. and Thursday, September the 14th at 1 p.m. Those are both available via Zoom, so you can take them wherever you are. I'll go ahead and send, let's see, I'll send you some the flyers on that. Maybe we could get that out to the group. I'm sorry that I didn't bring that with me tonight. So Cognito, Tau, Together All, QPR. Last thing, we're having a commemorative on Wednesday, September 13th, from 10 to 2 here on the main campus, downtown between 11 and 1. It's called the Field of Memories. This is going to be at the Reflecting Pond here on the main campus and down at DPAC at the downtown campus. An opportunity to reflect on students, over 1,100 students in College World that have died by suicide, to think about the ways that this may have impacted you, to encourage each other to find help and find support, an opportunity to plant a flag for yourself and support of others. A great opportunity to come out and show your support for suicide prevention work on our campus. Anytime you are concerned about yourself or someone else, our Student of Concern process is available for you. This is off the Student Care Services website. If you remember nothing else about what I say, please remember what I'm about to say right now. The Student of Concern process allows you to go online to a form and give us some information about a student that you're worried about. Our staff, our Student Care Services staff, will reach out to that student and see how we can bring them whatever resources would be helpful. If you're not sure what they need, you're not sure they need CAPS, do they need the pantry, do they need this or that, I don't need you to worry about that. If it makes you go, I'm not sure, Dr. Frame, makes me a little nervous, that's good enough for me, please file a student concern form. We will reach out. We want to bring resources to people. I'm deeply grateful for the time that you've spent with me tonight and for the time I get to spend with you. If there's any way that I can be of help to you at any time, adrian.frame@ucf.edu. Thank you for everything you're going to do for our students, and thank you for what you do for our community already.
Thank you. Dr. Frame, I was just going to ask if anyone had any questions for you. Are there any questions for Dr. Frame? Seeing none, you're free to go. Thank you. So I want you all to think about what she said, especially about talking to Shane and Brody regarding getting connected to resources on campus. If you have an initiative and you would like to speak to certain people on campus, they can get you connected. And moving on, please give a welcoming applause for announcements from the student body president, President Greenaway. Give him a moment.
Awesome. Hi, Senate. I hope all is well. Is it on? Yep. And I hope the first 3 weeks of classes have been treating you all well. I know exams are starting to come up in some classes, so best of luck to you all. First, I just wanted to say thank you all so much for your support in making Welcome Week a success last week, and we just wrapped up yesterday. So thank you all so much for those of you that came out to events, volunteered, and supported. It's been the most engagement that I've seen from our student body this year. So it's something that I'm really excited kind of going into the rest of this year. So thank you again for all of your support. I have some initiative updates. So I'm not sure if you've seen on our Instagram or on the library's Instagram, but over the summer, Colby and I worked with the dean of the library to really push for extending library hours. So we will now have overnight study. That's from Monday to Thursday. Hours are from 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. Something I did want to say is that, make sure you're spreading the word to your constituents about that service being offered, because at the end of this semester, they're going to look at it, see if it's successful, and decide to stick with it or adjust it or whatever. So make sure you're really sharing the word with your constituents about that opportunity, as well as an accessibility checklist. So our diversity and inclusion coordinator collaborated with Student Accessibility Services to put together that accessibility checklist. So this morning, actually, she sent it out to RSO presidents. So just a checklist for them to have in mind when it comes to planning their events. I linked it in the agenda, but if you can't access it there, it should be in the files of the files in Teams. But that was sent out to all RSO presidents just to keep in mind when it comes as they're planning their major events this semester. Yesterday, the executive cabinet had some visits with the Creative School, which is our preschool on campus, as well as Hillel, and just talked about our partnership and how we can work together for this upcoming year. Our Sustainability and Innovation Coordinator wanted me to share that the first Green Assembly will be held on Monday, September 11th at 6 p.m. in the Charge-On Chamber. So that's an opportunity to get involved in sustainability initiatives here on campus. So if you're interested, make sure to stop by. I know Dr. Frame mentioned it, but I did want to share about the CAPS Field and Memories event that's going to be held from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Reflecting Pond, and it's just, come and go. So if you have time throughout the day, please stop by and show support. And then finally, I have some appointments for ANSF Committee Undergraduate Student at-Larges. I hereby appoint Ryan McClellan and Alexander Brawley. For the ANSF Committee Graduate Student at-Large, I hereby appoint Amber Foster. For the Finance Office Student at-Larges, I hereby appoint Ezio Guzman Barron Villar and Naya Hawkins. And for the ADSB Student at-Large, I hereby appoint Leighton Dudley. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Are there any questions for President Greenaway? Seeing none, thank you.
Can we jump to the Scholarship Committee report?
Oh, yes, we may. Is there a motion to see, let me see. Sorry, I'm trying to look. Announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair. Okay, we're not there. Go ahead.
Just a quick announcement from Chair Blanco. The next Scholarship Committee meeting will be held next Wednesday at 2 p.m. in the conference room. We'll be discussing scholarships for the upcoming year. So if you have any ideas or anything you want to talk to her about, her email is sga_scholarship@ucf.edu.
All right, are there any questions regarding the Scholarship Committee Chair's report? Seeing none, thank you. Is there a motion to return to announcements from the Student Body Vice President? All right. Welcome, the Student Body Vice President, Colby Smith.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope class is going well, and I hope you guys are having a great time. Thank you again, everyone, like Brandon said, for helping us with SG Welcome Week. I've never seen so much people on campus, and it's so great that everybody's so excited to be back. And with that, my announcements. The executive cabinet tabled at Move-In Palooza. So we had, which attended, 800 students attended, and as well as we tabled at the Military and Veterans and Success Center before the game day. We also volunteered and attended Taste of UCF. It was an amazing event. The Multicultural and Student Success Center did an amazing job. With that, the alumni board, they wanted me to reach out to student government to promote this program called Forever Nice. So it's a mentorship program where alumni or alum get matched with the student, and they give out different mentorship and professional development opportunities. So it's on their website. It is ucf.com/chargeonmentorship. So if you know any students that are looking for that, different opportunities, please let them know. We're also going to be posting it on Instagram as well. With that, we're having a makeup ASPE meeting. Due to the hurricane canceling, we're having it tomorrow at Friday at 1 p.m. on Zoom. So with that, it is on the student government website. The Microsoft Teams link is on there. And the last thing I just want to say is with like what Dr. Frame said, the QPR training. It was a very impactful training the executive cabinet did at the end of this summer. It helped us and others helped us see to recognize the warnings of suicide, question, persuade, and refer, and to refer people at risk for suicide for help. Just to ask for help. So if you have time, please try and attend that training because it was very beneficial and very impactful. With that, I have no other announcements.
All right. Are there any questions for Vice President Smith? Seeing none, thank you. Comptroller's report, Jeremy Kane.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just a couple of announcements from me.
First of all, this week we had a meeting with fiscal leadership to discuss how to get RSOs more familiar with the fundraising process. As someone who started an RSO myself, I know that process can be very complicated. So we've been working very diligently to improve that and make sure that students are aware of what they need to know. On top of that, I've been working on trying to increase involvement in our entrepreneurship programs on campus. And so we're meeting with Blackstone Launchpad in order to further that. In terms of our numbers, CRT balance is 468,452 with 0.18% reversions. FAO is 244,768 with 0.17% reversions.
All right. Are there any questions for Comptroller Kane? Seeing none, thank you. Attorney General's report, AG Moore.
Good evening, Senate. I'm so glad we are all finally back together. Recently, there's been a lot of chat about AI and how it's affecting our classrooms. Pretty much, if you know a lot about AI, please come speak to me about this because I would like to form an initiative to create more strict rules, more clarity for our students with how to use AI and what they can and cannot do. This week, I also joined a task force aimed at utilizing classroom spaces better than we currently do. Since all of you guys are senators for your colleges, colleges use classroom spaces differently. So if you guys have any complaints or any better ideas to utilize our classroom space a little better, please let me know. Last week was the first of the month, and I had no revisions to make on our governing documents. Our documents are long and lengthy, so if you have any errors, please contact me. This upcoming Monday is the 22nd anniversary of 9/11, and the Military and Veterans Success Center is hosting a memorial at 8 a.m. that day in front of the Flags on Memory Mall. I strongly encourage all student government agents to attend, and that's it.
Awesome. Are there any questions for AG Moore? Senator LaCasse.
Could you just go into more detail about the classroom utilization one? Just what kind of that entailed? What were some of the concerns and stuff like that?
So faculty and staff want to better use our classroom spaces. I guess they're not being used enough. Ever since COVID, less classrooms have been used. So they want to kind of, I guess, expand on classroom usage, but every single college has different uses for classrooms. So it's kind of difficult with the scheduling process. So each college, obviously you guys have your own stuff that you study and do, and your classrooms are very different. If you guys have any complaints about how the classrooms are used, any new ideas on how they can be used, let me know so I can give that to task force.
All right. Are there any other questions for AG Moore? Chair Kanal.
This is, I suppose, a general question. I have to ask why we are having our first Green Assembly on 9/11. It just, particularly given that we just skipped the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem, it seems rather distasteful to me.
I'm sorry, you're talking about the Green Assembly?
We're having that on 9/11. I appreciate that we're also doing a memorial event, but I don't understand why we had to schedule that on 9/11.
That's not really in my field for what I do, but the Military and Veterans Success Center is setting up the memorial that day. So that's the same day that we're doing it.
Also, the national anthem and Pledge of Allegiance were skipped because we don't have the tools to do it right now to connect it to the audio. So if you have a specific mode that you would like to use, you can contact me, but it wasn't to disrespect the country or anything like that. I stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and national anthem. So anybody else have any questions? Seeing none, thank you. All right, Cabinet Forum. First, President voting Chair Yalman-Chile.
Present voting.
And then Senator Lazier.
President voting.
Both so noted at 7:37 p.m. Announcements from the Chief Justice Silva.
Good evening, Senate. So happy to be back and finally have a little bit of normalcy in being in the chambers. Associate Justice, seat 6 applications are open. Please spread the word about it, with your colleagues and stuff like that, anyone that you think would be a good fit. We met with Dr. Guzman to discuss the free LSAT initiative. We'd likely use 7Sage. I'm sure a lot of you guys have heard about it for the free LSAT course. So we're meeting again next week to circle back on that. The fiscal training will be next week with the fiscal chairs, and it will be at the Judicial GBM. It'll be with Senate President Pro Temp and the CRT chair. They've all confirmed their attendance, so if you're a fiscal chair, please check your inbox and let me know if you can come. And Java with the Justices was a hit. Our external assistant chief justice did an amazing job with it, and we all thank you from the bottom of our hearts for being there and supporting us.
Are there any questions for Chief Justice Silva? Chair Yalman-Chile.
I know you mentioned an initiative about the LSAT. What is that about? And is there a similar initiative being thought of for the MCAT?
Right. So the only reason that I started to take a spearhead on that is because the previous Chief Justice, Sage Kerr, started it. He didn't really tell me any kind of direction that he wanted to take with it, though, and it was just a conversation that he had with Dr. Guzman. I don't even necessarily know why Dr. Guzman was the person that was, necessarily appointed to help him along that journey. But I just wanted to keep that initiative going, something that Sage wanted to do, and he didn't get the chance to. As far as the MCAT, I think the only reason that Sage thought about doing the LSAT first is because a lot of the people on the judicial branch are pre-law, and a lot of student government, initiatives or have stuff having to do with the law. So I definitely would want to look into the MCAT and other NCLEX and other after college test taking services.
Are there any other questions for Chief Justice Silva? Seeing none, thank you. Announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, none. Announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, none. Announcements from the Scholar, Oh, I'm so sorry. Senator Rose.
Present voting.
So noted at 7:40 p.m. Announcements from the Senate President. So I know I said that we probably would be having a retreat sometime this month, but with football games on Saturdays, it's been a little bit difficult. However, Pro Tempore DeMarla and I were able to find a day, and it's going to be here in the Charge On Chambers. And it's going to be October 14th. This isn't going to be your regular boring retreat where you wake up early and you have to drag your feet here. We're going to be having different activities and engaging things. So make sure that you send in an absence request form if you cannot make it due to work, class, or I hope you don't have class on Saturday, or any type of prior arrangements that you have. But according to statutes, you do have to attend these things. My committee and caucus chairs, that Google form is still open for you to submit your presentations. Please make them 10 minutes long max. Because and if anyone else has any questions afterwards, they can come up to you, ask you, but we all sit on committees, we all sit on caucuses. This is just a refresher for individuals who are new that still need a bit more after their orientation with Pro Tempore DeMarla. So yeah, I'm gonna have caucuses do presentations as well. Are there any questions regarding that specifically? No? Okay. We also might have a RWC low elements course still. I'm just confirming that specific date. It'll be about an hour or two. So if you cannot do that course due to any if you have a disability or if you just aren't comfortable doing a low elements course, please let me know. It's not high in the air. It's not we're not tackling each other or anything, just small activities outside in nature. And then I wanted to speak on that we have done a lot of hard work and your presence has been great so far. This is our first Senate meeting and y'all have been very active and engaged ever since we've been on our break. I know we had a break, but y'all have been showing up for Welcome Week. Our caucus and committee chairs have been working very like extra hard to make sure that they're here and present for you all. I've been loving how you've shown up for our branch, like I said, during Welcome Week and through Black Caucus's showcase. It was hot outside. Pro Tempore DeMarla and I have ordered some really cool merch for our branch, and we're looking to have another Pet the Pups event in the spring. We had an overwhelming response to the event, and UCF-PD would love to have it with us again. We got some merch that literally has like a dog and a rocket ship, so it's really cute. And shout out to my office for pulling through these past couple of weeks. I know like we all have class and we've been like rotating through different things, and I really appreciate it. I'm so thankful for you. And now I just want to talk about a few things to set the tone for this session. First, I want to thank you. You all look amazing, by the way. Give yourself a round of applause. For president voting. So as you've seen, some senators have walked in late for whatever reason. So if you end up walking in late, that's okay. Just make sure you raise your hand. And once I call on you, you'll state president voting, and I'll note that you've attended this meeting at the time that you have been called on. If you show up 30 minutes past our meeting has been called, I'm pretty sure, how does that apply, Cherry Almond Chili?
So you get half an absence, and if you want that absence annulled, you can appeal that to the LJR committee through an absence request form.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. So that's with president voting. With decorum, so in Senate Rule 3, you'll find some regulations on decorum and debate on the Senate floor. Whenever first as you've seen, you're called on before you speak in the chamber. That's how it's done here, according especially to Robert's rules, and we apply that here. Also, everything that you say is directed to the chair. So if, for example, D-Leg Morissette says something and you want to ask D-Leg Morissette a question, you would ask me if you can direct a question directly to D-Leg Morissette. That's how it would go. Other than that, if you have debate, it needs to be directed to me. So you can't speak directly to the person unless you've asked, and that's usually for questions. And I'm trying to think what else. Yeah, no profanity. I hope I won't hear that from you. Let's make sure we don't speak down on people's character, things like that. I've seen some things like that. No matter who was right, who was wrong, I don't agree with it. So if you do have an issue with the senator and you would like that mediated, you can come to me or Pro Tempore DeMarla. And if you're not comfortable with both of us, you can go to Brody. I don't want to put Netta out there unless she wants to. Okay, Netta. So if you have any issues, just please keep it professional. Speak on the legislation. We're here for students. Any petty or small things that needs to be dealt with outside of this chamber. I will not see petty questions, petty debate, things like that. I just don't tolerate that. And outside of that, yeah, that's just decorum. It's pretty simple. And lastly, I want to say like resignations for a couple of senators who have some time constrictions, but we are very thankful that they're able to be here with us from spring to summer. I hereby resignate Senator Ebe, Senator Hochfelder, and Senator Bishop. That was a very long report. However, does anyone have any questions regarding anything that has been said in the past, I want to say 5 to 7 minutes? No? Okay, great. All right, internal legislative report, ILA Pullman.
Hi, everyone. So SGLC applications closed last Friday, and we ended up with 166 applications, which is crazy. And so we're having to cut down a lot. But basically, interviews are starting tomorrow and will continue until next Thursday. And so after that point, there's going to be a lot of new faces in the office. And so if you see anyone looking confused, just go say hi and tell them about Senate. That's all I have.
Are there any questions for ILA Pullman? Seeing none. I also, some of you haven't been here over the summer, so if I don't remember your last name, I'm so sorry, but I will remember most likely next meeting or the one after that. You may have to remind me. And if I incorrectly say your title, please correct me. External Legislative Assistant Report, ELA Richmond.
All Dean meetings have been scheduled. You've been sent an invite, and you can also click the link to see like when it is if you have any questions. As a reminder, attendance is mandatory for the Dean meeting. If you know you're going to miss it due to class or work, just submit an absence request form and please let me know before, just so I'm not expecting you at the meeting. And as a final reminder, please let me know by tonight if you're interested in attending the downtown dean meeting, because I'll be making the chat tonight. So if you've ever had a class downtown and just want to be included, let me know.
Are there any questions regarding ELA Richmond's report? Seeing none, President Pro Tempore report, Pro Tempore DeMarla.
Hello, so excited to see all of you guys in person. I want to give some updates on funding. We're still working with the CECS deans, but we have decided that FAO will maintain their caps. And then also, while I was looking at previous funding, I realized that the College of Medicine does not really utilize SG funding. So I had a meeting with the Associate Dean of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Dr. McIntosh, about how to advertise student government funding. And how to make sure that they utilize it correctly, and then also how to connect pre-medical students from the main campus to the Lake Nona campus, because I think there definitely is a disconnect there. So we've been working on programs that we can implement to kind of bridge that gap. Also, ANSF elections are today, so if you are interested, during caucus time, I encourage you to read over Title 8 and then ask me any questions that you do have about it. And then reiterating what Brandon, Kobe, and Sierra said, it was so great seeing all of you guys and your involvement. So going forward, we will be giving out volunteer hours when you are representing student government anywhere. So this includes tabling or just being at an event. And then senators and non-compliance for not completing financial training are as stated: Emelina Brown, Eric Castillo, and Julian Larson. So just please complete those as soon as possible. And if you have any questions or concerns, let me know. And then I hereby appoint Aiden DeCara oh my God. Sorry guys, I cannot speak today, as my Sergeant at Arms.
Are there any questions regarding Pro Tempore DeMarla's report? Chair Sanillo.
Related to the College of Medicine, is that just like as an RSO or the individuals? Because via CRT, like most of the people that are asking for funds are like graduate students from the College of Medicine. So I just wanted you to like clarify.
It's both. So I know one of the RSOs, I'm specifically referring to grad students or medical students at the College of Medicine, because the College of Medicine does have undergrad students. But there has been, I think, like literally one RSO from FAO that's applied for funding from that campus. But I've been giving talks on how both of them can utilize it. I do expect more of individuals to use CRT and more clubs to use FAO. But I am still encouraging them, to use CRT funding as an RSO.
Chair Borges.
Yeah, it's kind of a follow-up. I had the same mind as Chair Samillo. For the individuals, like, is that what you're targeting, or are you targeting RSOs? Because from at least last year's data, the RSOs barely didn't, but the individuals were honestly the biggest group of graduate students in the entire university to request funds.
Yeah, I'm doing both. So individuals specifically, I feel that many of them, had to have sanctions or other issues because they didn't really understand how it went, just based on my experience in ORS. So kind of clearing up the miscommunication and then also highlighting it. But I am making more of an effort. I've already had 2 RSOs kind of ask me how student government funding works for events and stuff like that. So I'm definitely doing both of them.
I had a question for the fiscal chairs as well. Do you have a question like on your exit slip or anything like that, or on Night Connect, where it asks if the RSO or individual has requested funding for the first time? Do you know? It does. Either of you can answer. Yeah.
Yeah, so both CRT and FAO, for both the bill and individual allocations, they do have a spot that says, have you received it this fiscal year?
Mm-hmm.
And then if they don't know the answer, we have it, and we can just search their name, Control F.
Is it okay if sometime by the end of semester, any of you bring me that data? Because I want to do something where we highlight how many people have gotten it for the first time, RSOs have gotten it for the first time, things like that. Is that okay with y'all? Anyone can answer.
I was going to say, I don't think we have the hours to do that, but I know that DeMarla has been working generally on RSOs, and if we could assist her in maybe doing that, that'd probably be the most possible.
Okay.
I could also like add a better question on Night Connect. Like, is this your first time requesting funding through student government? And that way we get a better range of the data rather than just have you requested funding for like this fiscal year.
Okay, that's perfect. And if you don't have the how do I say it, the width to like check yourself, if I could get access to it to see it, if that's okay, like the responses and stuff, or I can just even ask Brody. It's not that big of a deal. Thank you, by the way, to both of you. Okay, are there any other questions for Pro Tempore DeMarlo's report? Seeing none. All right. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, D-Leg Morset.
Hey everyone, it's nice to see you all again. Just a reminder as we enter the fall semester, if you are making any forms of legislation, please send it to me and Pro Temp DeMarlo by Wednesday at 5 p.m. so I can get it to Netta on time. And tonight we'll be seeing 3 fiscal bills on second reading.
Are there any questions for D-Leg Morset? Seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations, Deeser Matal.
Hey everyone, nice to see everyone back in person again. I started emailing people who haven't provided proof of RSO contact. So if you have emailed your RSOs, you send me like a screenshot of all of them, or if you don't want to do that, you can just CC me on all the emails and I'll go through it. But make sure you do that as soon as possible because otherwise you will be non-compliant. Also, I'm still looking for people for the flag football team, specifically females. So if you guys want to play, it's not like anything crazy. You don't have to be like crazy good. But feel free to send me a message on Teams and I'll add you guys. In the winter season, I know some people had asked for volleyball, but we'll be doing that whenever that opens. So think ahead to that and think ahead to who you want on the team and stuff like that. I'm really bad at volleyball, so you guys better carry us. And then when the weather gets a bit nicer outside, I'm planning on a fall potluck that I either want to do like a cultural thing or just dishes that you really like to kind of get to know each other better and stuff like that. And I'm hopefully going to do it at Lake Claire, but I know there have been problems with doing events there recently. So that'll be TBA, I guess, but it'll be a little bit further on in fall.
Are there any questions for Deeser Matal? Chair Dadalos?
I remember asking about the updated emails since we switched over from nice.ucf to just ucf.edu. Did you get an update on that?
Yeah, I reached out to court and they never really provided me with an email. So, or like, sorry, wait. What? Okay.
Chair DeCara.
Oh, I'm just gonna add something to that. Yeah, so I didn't get a response either. So I just walked to court and asked them to share their document with me, and that was like just a couple of days ago. But we'll get on to that.
Yeah, like that was like bumming off of that. Basically, like I have like a lot of like the contacts we've been given. Like the RSOs get like an EDU one, and then I went up to like an RSO, and they're like, yeah, we don't use that one. And so it's like they switched over without telling these RSOs that they were given one. Like I've been working with like certain like the chapters, and they're like, yeah, we don't use these. They use like a personal like the NID one or a personal Gmail. So like, and I remember someone reached out to me and saying like, oh, would you reach out to this fraternity? And it's like not active. So like there's still like some active like stuff that we like reach out to them, but they're not even on campus anymore.
Are there? Oh, you would like to respond?
Yeah. So basically the whole like I think the reason why that problem was happening was because the form that like court provided me originally for the RSO stuff was part of last year's form combined with the people who had registered for this year's form. So because the email switch was over the summer, I think a lot of RSOs are still re-registering. So as I'm getting the new updated email addresses, I've been changing them in my master form for the correct email addresses for the RSOs, and I'll be like sending them out as we go. But I know court got a bunch of them for re-registration for opening night, so I'm still waiting for them to give me like that big list.
All right. Are there any other questions for Deeser Matal? Seeing none. Caucus reports. Asian Pacific Islander American Caucus, Chair Patel.
I just wanted to say that the APAC Assembly is holding their holding an event in the Pegasus Ballroom this Sunday, and there's going to be a lot of Asian cultural RSOs. They have dance teams they're going to be performing. So if you have time on Sunday. Check it out.
Are there any questions for Chair Patel? Seeing none, Black Caucus, Chair Daedalus.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back. Just wanted to pat my caucus backs a little bit. They did amazing Tuesday. Like, nothing to worry about with them, honestly. They did their thing. So I really appreciate y'all. Like, I'm sending y'all heart eyes. Like, if you don't get love in the morning, just think about me, you know? Like, I really do appreciate y'all because Tuesday was, I really do appreciate y'all. Like, and I did get asked a couple of times, are we going to have another one? So be on the lookout for that. We might just. And then please take care of yourselves, please, y'all. I know it's only the third week, but I'm going through it already. So somebody else might be too. Eat at least 2 meals a day and drink at least 8 cups of water. If you want to put a snack in between, please make sure it's nutritious and not just a bag of chips with no water or anything. So please take care of yourselves. I also forgot to add that I do apologize for not giving the times for our meetings yet. My schedule is a little hectic. So when I dice that up, I got y'all.
Oh yeah, and for speaking of which, if you do have your meeting times, put them in the agenda because I know sometimes we can like overlook emails in our Teams meetings and stuff like that. So just put it in there. And Dallas, don't worry if you are having issues with finding a time. Not saying take your time, but put a little pep in your step. But there's no huge rush. All right, are there any questions for Chair Daedalus? Seeing none, Disability Caucus Chair Campbell.
Hey there, everyone. Nothing for you this week. I've been dealing with some personal issues the past couple of weeks. Hopefully, next week I'll actually have some good news and some updates from some previous initiatives from over the summer.
Are there any questions for Chair Campbell? Seeing none, Latin Hispanic Caucus Chair DeCara.
Hi, we're already back and we have a proclamation tonight for y'all. And we are also already working on our Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. This past meeting, we had the director of HSI initiatives come in and speak about the importance of it. Additionally, we were able to welcome MSC, Chi Epsilon Sigma, Lambda Theta Alpha to come and voice their concerns and learn more about what an HSI is and what it means to go here. Next week, on Wednesday from 11:30 to 2, HSI will be having an atrium takeover just in the student union, and we will be tabling there. The flyer I linked in the agenda. And then next week during our meeting, we'll be discussing more what we can be doing for Hispanic Heritage Month, and we will have some of the DGC chapters and then more student associations coming in. And like as usual, we meet every Tuesday at 3 p.m. in the student government conference room.
Are there any questions for Chair DeCara? Seeing none, LGBTQ plus caucus, Vice Chair Vintel, do you want to? Yeah.
All right. Hello, everybody. We are meeting on Friday at 12 p.m. in the conference room. Something that we have upcoming is an LGBTQ plus workshop on October 19th in the EC Magnolia room in the Live Oak Event Center from 4 to 6. So please come on out. We are going to have LGBTQ plus RSOs, CAPS, and the Health and Wellness Department there to table. So we'd really love to see all you guys there if you can come. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Vice Chair Vintel? Seeing none, Women's Caucus Chair Bourne.
Hello, everyone. Thank you to those for electing me as chair. I'm very excited for this year's session. With that being said, I want to welcome more members to the Women's Caucus, especially those with an intersectional perspective that they could offer. We have a fun year coming up with a women's health fair in this fall and potentially an educational fair about sexual assault awareness and UCS resources. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Are there any questions for Chair Bourne? Seeing none, unfinished business, none, fiscal committee caucus time. I hereby recess at 8:02 p.m. to come back at 8:32 p.m. If you are not in FAO, please exit the chambers.
Hello, everyone. Oh, shoot.
Okay. I call this meeting to order at 8:08 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. My vice chair is not here, so I'll do that today. Chair Butler, present. Vice Chair Carter, excused. Senator Kringle, absent. Senator Kaze, absent. Senator Lacasse, absent. Senator Nadella, Senator Patel, Senator Vaughan,
Present.
Senator Kriroga, Senator Winston,
Here.
ORS Rep,
Here. Oh my God. You got this. I didn't even realize you were
Pro temp representative. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Quorum is verified with a count of 8 out of 11 senators. Is there a motion to approve today's agenda? There's been a motion to approve today's agenda. Are there any objections? None. Open forum. Is there any non-committee member that would like to speak in open forum? Nope. Okay, announcements from the chair. Hi, everyone. We have a few allocations and bills to go over, so let's get right into it. Are there any questions for me? None. Announcements from the vice chair? None. Announcements from committee members. Is there any committee member wishing to speak? None. Announcements from non-committee members. We have none here at the moment. Old business, none. New business. Okay. Our first allocation we're looking at today is from the Orthodox Christian Campus Ministry. Are they here with me today? Nope. So I'm going to table this, or I'm going to request a motion to table this in case they do come in later. So is there a motion? Are there any objections? If none, 5512 has been tabled. 5513, they came in today and told me they were coming Monday. Is there a motion to postpone this till our next general meeting? Are there any objections? If not, 5514, I can't click it. Knights Exemplar, are they here today? Perfect. You'll have 5 minutes just to tell us basically what your club is, your mission statement, and why you want the promotion materials, and how you'll use them. And you may start whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Grace McCormick, and I am the president of Knights Exemplar.
My name is Akash. I'm the involvement chair for Knights Exemplar.
Knights Exemplar is an organization dedicated to promoting inclusion on campus. UCF is unique in very many ways, one of them being that we are one of the very few universities in the state of Florida that allow individuals with intellectual disabilities or special needs to receive an education through inclusive education services. Knights Exemplar was a program created to support these students on their journey to higher education. We are a team of peer ambassadors dedicated to going alongside of these students on their journey for higher education. We take many roles, from peer ambassadors, tutors, friends, and mentors. We are entirely volunteer-based. We have students who are volunteers that are titled involvement ambassadors. It's basically a peer mentor of the highest quality. Knights Exemplar aims to support the students on a social, emotional, and educational level. We have 4 areas of support that we target, including career exploration, academic support, campus involvement, and health and wellness. I'm going to pass it over to Akash to explain some of these initiatives.
Yep, so as Grace said, we do have 4 categories of events that we host to promote inclusion for all students, but specifically we do target these IES students. And for health and wellness, we just have normal events that promote the mind and body, such as volleyball events, yoga events. We have career exploration, where we help host mock interviews to help some of these students gain firsthand experience of what they might see in the real world. We have campus involvement, which involves just UCF is a big campus, so just exploring UCF and seeing all what it has to offer, such as an arcade night. And we also have academic support, which is where we have talented involvement ambassadors helping the students with any work that they need. Our promotional items that we are looking to get funding for include lanyards, hand sanitizers, buttons, and they involve, and they'll, in total, they'll cost around $286.74. And we are going to be using these promotional items and spreading them through tabling events, and they will be accessible to everyone. And our goal with these is just to spread the name of KE out, get more involvement ambassadors out, and spread the message of inclusion and positivity out to the UCF student body.
There we go. Our organization is dedicated to making UCF a more inclusive campus. We have been declared by Student Accessibility Services as a high-impact inclusive initiative. We have traveled the state of Florida speaking at educational conferences, talking about how the programs we provide and the support we provide enhance the students' experience overall, not just for our IES students who are here who otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity for a college education, but our volunteers and the entire UCF community as well. Our students are in mixed mode classes. They're in classes with students just like you and me, pursuing a higher education because they want to earn their certificate here and go on to have a career. I have had students who have graduated this program who have gone on to work at law firms, students who are teaching their own set of students in Ohio, Texas, Florida, you name it. Our volunteers get to firsthand experience what it looks like to see an evolution in a student from the moment they walk in the doors of UCF to the moment we graduate. And our volunteers get to be part of that, but we want to expand. This year alone, our students for IES have tripled in numbers, and we want to continue sharing with everyone the message of inclusivity, that you are not defined by the barriers that are set on you, that you can overcome them. And we have done just that, but we want to expand that even more. And these promotional items that we're requesting today will allow us to do that by giving them out at our tabling events, by giving them out across campus. They actually say on them, inclusion matters, sharing that message with everyone and changing the stigma at UCF. Thank you.
Perfect. I'll start with the questions. So first off, you requested 100 custom pins, I'm pretty sure, and our prices don't match. So you sent in a price quote, but it doesn't match what you submitted on Knights Connect, if you would like to see it.
Yes, please. Yeah, I'll put the pictures too, what we submitted.
Okay, so
She didn't motion. She just went into it. No, after the time elapses, you can just vote to motion.
So buying cultural food. Basically, since they're not getting food from UCF, we have to suspend Appendix B because they're getting it from somewhere else. Yeah, it's not. Perfect. Now we're in debate.
I don't think there's a debate unless there's objections.
Are there any objections? If none, we are now in voting procedures. Please raise your hand if you are for suspending Appendix B. If you're against it, if you're abstaining, with a vote count of 7 to 0 to 1, Appendix B is suspended. So you're good. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you, Senators. Thank you, everyone. 23rd of September in Live Oak from 5 to 9, Saturday. Everyone is welcome to be there. Thank you.
I'll send it to all the Senate just for you.
Yeah, I'm going to send also a reminder for you. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to bills. 5510, funding for Formula student to host Formula SAE Michigan at Michigan International Speedway on May 17th, 2024.
Yes.
That's okay, perfect. It's still like the 5-minute.
Ready?
Or is it a presentation? Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, and 5-minute debate? Perfect. Are there any objections? If not, then I just give them 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to tell us everything.
Good evening, Senate, or members of the board. My name is Mitchell Walker. I am the current secretary and business lead of Formula Student. Our club is a branch of the Formula Society of Automotive Engineering, Formula or FSAE. We go by Knights Racing. So what we were here today for, a little bit about our club, is we build a Formula style go-kart, and it's a great opportunity for not only students from mechanical or aerospace engineers, but also many other degrees come out to partake in our club. We partake in real world competitions and display knowledge and innovation in a practical way, as well as use knowledge from the classroom in a real world scenario. I'm going to pass it on to our former president, Pedro.
Hello. So yeah, by following what Mitchell was saying, our club is it's a great opportunity for students to implement what they learn in classroom into an environment which kind of represents industry level standards. Also, aside from that, since we work in these activities, industries, companies always reach out to us to get to recruit some of our students. So most of the students that graduated and have participated in our club have been going to companies like Lockheed Martin, Tesla, Blue Origin, SpaceX, and etc. Also, through our outreach events, we've been able to reach out to even communities here in Orlando, which we have getting emails from people that is graduating from high school who wants to join UCF because they want to come to our team, which is kind of like an impact in the community. We also organize events in the university for showing elementary school kids more about STEM and other activities.
To further on his note, we also participate on STEM Day here at UCF, which is very popular among children who comes here. And it's not only just about engineering it, they are looking at a whole school as the UCF. So that's another tool that we provide for the UCF. And as for the event, it's not just about competing, it's also about networking with the companies who are there. And talking to the insiders give us a lot of information that we're not able to get within the traditional classroom, as well as just an opening gate for us to the actual industries to talk about everything that we do in class, but more about outside of class and everything else. I think that's it for us. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now in questioning. Are there any questions for this RSO? Deputy of Legislative Affairs, Morset.
Can you confirm the amount of funding you are requesting?
Yes, it's $25,000. And the exact amount, the full. From the bill that we received, you guys gave us the actual half of our money, which is a little more than $2,500, which is why I put that money on the slide. But we are requesting the full amount for this year.
Do you guys have like a PowerPoint or anything like that?
Was it sent to an email?
Yes, it was.
Was the email D-Leg or was it Brody Taylor?
That's right. Yeah. It was for the deputy and the person who was CC'd with it. Most of them.
Okay, so I'm a little confused about what you're requesting. Are you requesting 25,000 flat, or was there like more than that?
We are requesting the cap for the whole thing, which is 25,000. But from the bill that you sent me, it says 25,762.55 cents.
Yeah.
But to my knowledge, you guys can only provide up to 25,000 this year, which is the amount we're requesting.
Okay. Are there any other questions for this RSO? We're set.
Do you guys have 2 physically trained officers?
Yes, we do.
Senator Rose?
Do you understand that post-funding process?
Yes.
Are there any other questions for this RSO? If not, is there a motion?
I forgot the word.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? If not, we're now in debate. Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Senator Whitson?
Yeah, I'm an engineer. I wish you said electrical better than your guys', but moving on, I think that we should vote yes for them. I mean, any engineer is a good engineer, except for industrial. But no, I think you guys really know what you're doing. I wish I could do something like that because I'm still kind of new to it, but it's really interesting and probably something I'll do when I actually know what being an engineer is. But no, I would be voting in favor because I think that these guys really know what they're talking about.
You're welcome to come out to one of our shop nights Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 6 to 10, and we do accept electrical engineers.
You better.
Senator Morset?
Yeah, I think everything looks good. The fact that they knew that their cap was 25,000 shows that they know what they're doing and have done their homework. So I'll be voting in favor.
Is there any more debate? Senator Quiroga?
Motion to move to vote.
There's been a motion to move to vote. Are there any objections? If not, we're now in voting procedures. Please raise your hand if you're for this bill. Please raise your hand if you're against it. Please raise your hand if you're abstaining. With a vote count of 7-0 to 1, this bill has been approved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, committee.
Now Baha will take it away.
Yeah,
you.
we'll see you. Actually, don't we see them like in 2 seconds when they present again?
Do we have to stay for Senate too? We're doing Senate too? Oh my god.
Just
Alright.
sit here and use this again.
Yeah, but you're gonna do it from
No,
there.
we're gonna do
and
the
then
podium. All
the
right, cool.
presentation will actually be up, hopefully.
Oh my god.
Yeah, they sent it to her. Yeah. Okay. Bill 5511. Funding for the Baja International to host Baja SAE California at Gorman, California on April 25th, 2024. Is that you?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. You have 5 minutes just to explain everything. So you may start whenever you're ready.
Perfect. My name is Tessa Stanley. I am the treasurer of Baja. The mission of Baja International is to represent the University of Central Florida through positive participation in the Baja Society of Automotive Engineering Collegiate Design competitions to support the community and provide UCF students with the opportunity and resources to gain hands-on knowledge and experience. I'll now pass it off to my fellow officer to explain more about the club.
Hello, I'm Austin Cornell. I'm the president of Baja student this year, Baja International. We are one of the 2 teams associated with the Society of Automotive Engineers here at UCF. We build a single-seater experimental off-road race car and go and compete around the country with it against teams not only from the United States but internationally as well. At these events, we get to show off what we've designed as engineers and built, and get to give UCF a good name as we do well, hopefully. We are an engineering club, but we accept any majors, so any students are welcome to come out and get their get hands-on experience building a project like this. And then when we go to competition, we get to engage with the sponsors that are there, which are companies like Honda. Can't think of any others right now.
Honda, Lockheed Martin, Oshkosh has been in
Oshkosh.
there. You also have NASA. A lot of our leadership has also worked for these companies as well.
Yeah, we have a lot of members go on to companies like Lockheed Martin, NASA, SpaceX. We're requesting. Do you want to?
Okay. So we are requesting $23,000, $539.89 to be very specific. It is exactly 50% of our total $47,079.78, which is our total cost.
Yeah, so we have a full breakdown of each subsystem and their associated costs with their parts, if you would like that.
It's already listed in our edition.
Yeah, it's in the supporting documents. Should have.
Okay, perfect. And did you also send your PowerPoint to D-Lake?
We did not send that today. We were figuring that would be the next session. So.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And we are now in questioning. Are there any questions for this RSO? Senator Quiroga?
Just because I don't have the breakdown here with me, what is the money that if we do vote for, what is it gonna be used for?
Okay, so if you look in our additional supplies, which I understand you probably don't have access to at this time, it costs $47,000 to build the actual car. So this is the cost of our metal, the cost of any of our filler, all of the things that are going onto the car itself. The only thing that we don't actually have is our engine.
We purchased the engine. Everything else is fully custom, so it costs a lot for us to get a lot of parts machined and buy custom parts for the vehicle. So we have, again, a full cost breakdown per system, and yeah.
Yes.
Are there any more questions for this RSO? If not, is there a motion? Senator Quiroga?
Do you guys have two financially trained officers?
Yes, we are both financially trained and we understand the post-funding process.
Are there any more questions for this RSO or a motion? Senator Quiroga?
Motion to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? If not, we are now in debate. Is there any senator wishing to speak in debate? Senator Vaughan?
I will be voting in favor for this bill. I understand almost every single engineering student has told me that they absolutely adore and have so much fun with the Baja Club. I know you guys said you want to develop some sort of name for UCF through Baja, but UCF already has such high notoriety because of the Baja Club, of not just like other colleges, but with large employers such as Lockheed and Honda. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there any more senators wishing to speak in debate? If none, is there a motion? Senator Quiroga?
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to move to voting. Is there any objections? If none, we are now in voting procedures. Please raise your hand if you're for this bill. Please raise your hand if you're against this bill, and please raise your hand if you're abstaining. With a vote count of 7-0 to 1, this bill has been approved. Congratulations. Okay. And then, where's my... Hopefully, I'm free. Like, okay, I'll take that.
I can't bring it up, so no, bring it up first before. I mean, it's a mistake.
This isn't me?
Yeah, that's travel. So
Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna erase this because it was a mistake. And so, member discussion. Is there anyone that'd like to speak in member discussion? None. Miscellaneous business? None. Deputy of Legislative Affairs, Morset.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? If none, oh, I take it away. I lied. Okay. Chair Butler, present. Vice Chair Carter, excuse. Senator Kringle, not. Oh, same as initial. I adjourn this meeting at 8:50 p.m. Thank you, guys.
Thank you for going to get that door. I was like, I didn't want to walk in front of the people, so I appreciate it.
Of course, it was too loud. They were overstimulating me.
Me too? I was sitting there like I'm freaking.
Yeah, literally. Y'all did amazing. And quick.
There's multiple.
Okay. I hereby reconvene at 8:52 p.m. Fiscal Committee report, CRT Committee Chair Samillo.
Hey y'all, so in committees from 8:28 to 9:06, new business, we had allocations that we approved. I'm just gonna go through them real quick, so bear with me y'all. It's gonna be allocations 55059 all the way through allocation 5574, and those were all with the vote count of 3-0 to 1. And then proceeding would be 55077 to 88, and then those were all also with the vote count of 3-0 to 1, and then allocation 55090 to 91 with the same vote count, and then postponed we have allocation 55075, 55076, 55081, 55089, and we denied allocation 55058. For bills, we approved fiscal bill 5512. And with that, over the past few weeks, we did approve a total of 29 allocations. One fiscal bill we postponed to 4 and denied 1. I also wanted to talk a little bit about a workshop that I'm planning on doing for fiscal. So I just wanted to let you guys know, put that out there. I will have more details coming up soon. So I just ask that you guys help me spread the word. Maybe email your assigned RSOs to help me get a good turnout.
All right. Are there any questions for CRT Committee Chair Samillo? Chair Bourne.
Do we have a specific time or date for your fiscal training?
Like the workshop? I don't yet. I was planning on I did bring it up during our fiscal meeting. We did talk about doing Tuesdays and Thursdays potentially because that is the busiest day on campus, but we haven't really figured out an exact date or time yet.
All right. Are there any other questions for CRT Committee Chair Samillo? Seeing none, FAO Committee Chair Butler.
Hi, everyone. We approved allocation 5514, 5515 today with the vote count of 7-0 to 1. We postponed 5512, 5513. We approved 5510, under bills, we approved 5510 and 5511 with a vote count of 7-0 to 1.
All right. Are there any questions for FAO Chair Butler? Seeing none, ORS Committee Chair Borges.
Hey guys, we haven't met yet, but we decided on Mondays at 12 p.m. It'll be hybrid in the SG conference room. That might change at the request of the pro temp's office because I want to make sure you guys can attend. I feel bad that we all chose Mondays for fiscal. So I'll let you guys know if we do change that. And then shout out to the CRT and FAO chairs. You guys are doing so good. Those roles are really difficult. So.
Are there any questions for ORS Chair Borges? Seeing none, fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, none. Notice of legislation on third reading, none. Notice of legislation on second reading. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, debate? Chair Temple.
Move for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
There's been a motion for 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate. Are there any objections? Temple.
I said 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate.
I'm so sorry. Is there a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute question, 5-minute debate? I usually just go to that every single time, so my apologies. Are there any objections to that? Seeing none. All right, thank you. So 555. Fiscal Bill 5510, funding for Netta, can you move your cursor? Your cursors? Okay, never mind, you're good. Okay, funding for Formula Student to host Formula SAE Michigan at Michigan International Speedway on May 17, 2024. D-Leg Morset, when you're ready, if you want to hand it off to the RRSOs.
I'm trying to pull up the presentation, so give me 1 second.
Okay. While they do that, I want to go over voting procedures because you will be voting on these two fiscal bills you see here. In front of you with your microphone, there is a kind of like electronic mechanism that has yes, no, and a blank spot. That blank spot is your abstaining option. Abstain if you have conflict of interest. similar to that, but like don't abstain just because you don't know what's going on. Please ask questions. You're here to represent your constituents. Yeah, sorry. And there's also no talking during voting. That's just how it's supposed to be done. So yeah, once they get that up, are just the voting procedures. If you have any questions, please let me know. Senator Yera.
I don't. Which buttons are for yes and which buttons are for no?
It should. Oh, one is yes, two is no, and the blank one is abstain. Sorry, I thought it said yes, no. But there's gonna be some. There's gonna be letters. Like literally, it's gonna say yes, no, and the little screen thing too, up there.
Okay, thank you.
So do you press 1 for like yes and
Oh, when voting procedures come up, you don't have to do it now. It's when I will let you know when voting procedures start, and then it'll say on your screen yes above number 1, no above number 2, and a blank and blank is abstain. It won't say abstain, but your blank one's abstain.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Maddie?
You also only get one attempt at voting, so the first one is the one that counts. So just make sure you don't mess that up.
Is the RSO ready? Make sure your microphone's on as well. All right, 5 minutes when you're ready.
Good evening, distinguished members of the Senate. My name is Mitchell Walker. I'm the current secretary and business lead. I'm here joined today by our former president, Pedro Barbielli, our current treasurer, Susanna Newhouse, and one of our newer members, Faith Emmanuel. We're here representing Knights Racing, a branch of the Formula Society of Automotive Engineers. Our club designs and manufactures a Formula-style kart to compete nationally at Michigan Automotive Speedway. We provide a chance for students of all degrees to implement classroom knowledge. Next slide. We provide a chance for students of all degrees to implement classroom knowledge in a real-world way, as well as teach life and professional skills in an automotive practical way. Thank you for your time. I will now move on to former President Pedro.
Hi. Continuing with what Mitchell said, our club, it's proud to say that we work a lot with the community here at UCF. We host a lot of events like STEM Day, where we bring kids from elementary school to check out our car, learn more about STEM, and get motivated to come here. This is one of the reasons why also people that are graduating in high schools are contacting us to join the club. So we're trying also to make an impact in the community. Also, we're proud to say that knowledge that is acquired by students in the classroom is being implemented in our club with the best industry practices. It's in a way that we have relationships with companies like, for example, SpaceX, Blue Origin, Tesla, which are companies that our former members are working currently at. And yeah, that's it for me. I pass it down to Susanna.
Next slide, please. These are some of our past results for the most recent results. And before we went up to Michigan, we had a little mock trial up in Kennesaw State in Georgia with us and a lot of regional team. And through this event, we actually got to explore a car better, learn more to make better results ultimately. And we are hoping to host a similar event with all the Florida teams here. We're still discussing all the specialties, but that's our hope for the upcoming year. Thank you. Next slide, please. That's all the breakdown for all the subsystem within our club. The more detailed version is in the spreadsheet that I included in the mail, but this is the overall things. And that's about it. Thank you.
We are now in line for questions. I'll go Borges, Temple. Yeah, Borges and Temple, and then Carter. I'll get you after. I'll get you after.
Just to clarify, you're hosting something in a different state?
No, we attended an event last year at a different state, which was very successful for us. So we are trying to do something similar here with less people involved.
I guess it's for the pro temp's office. Unless I'm looking at the wrong bill. Where is Michigan International Speedway?
It's sorry, no.
No, I'm just gonna direct it to someone else.
Okay. Yeah, it's in Michigan. Sorry.
Is the bill meant to say something else?
I'll have Danny answer that because I'm not familiar.
From what I thought for their bill, because they're requesting simply parts, they're not requesting travel or registration for any conference. They're just requesting the parts, so that's why I put it under FAO.
Sorry for the follow-up.
You don't have to apologize.
Just for my clarification, sorry. The way it's written looks like they're hosting Formula SAE Michigan. Am I at the wrong bill? Or
No, you're at the right one. Just kind of based off their breakdown that they provided, which is on the screen. They weren't requesting anything that kind of fell under CRT for me because they weren't requesting anything of like their caliber. It was just the parts. So that's why I thought it was FAO. Correct me. I mean, if I'm wrong, please let me know.
Chair, can I direct it to Chair Butler
You may.
to explain more?
What would you like me to explain?
I guess just the thought process of the committee. I wonder why this is not under a project.
I'm not like really sure myself, but from how I saw it was, are you like asking like, isn't like project 3,000 like 700?
Could I explain and then add a
You
little
may.
more?
You
Yes,
you can
please.
continue.
Sorry.
I'm gonna allow for both of you to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just can I speak
Mhm.
directly to her?
Yeah.
Just to clarify, for the bill, that allocation cap doesn't matter. It's up to
Yeah.
the full cap that we're set. Basically, I was wondering how FAO determined, and I guess how the Pro Tem's office determined this would be hosting instead of just doing a project, which can be funded, but we can't fund any events that are outside of the radius of UCF.
So are you asking to change the wording?
You may.
Our breakdown is for the parts for the cart that we are building to move to take to an event in Michigan and compete nationally against other schools.
I'll do Temple then you.
It was more so a question. My first question is to be directed to the chair.
Yeah.
So how would you recommend going about changing the title of the bill, Chair Borges?
I mean, there's past bills we can use as reference. The way it's just written, and I'm assuming that Frame would see it the same way, is that they would be hosting an event because it says host. By that, it looks to me that we identified it as an event instead of a project. So I just want to fix that.
Okay, I'll leave time to amend, and then I'll take a motion regarding the amendment, Pro Temp, and then Temple.
I'm just gonna ask either my D-Leg or Chair Butler if it would be better to say like to build an automotive for the Michigan blah 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 instead of to host or build
Yeah.
whatever you're building.
Temple.
A few questions to the RSO.
You may.
All right. So good evening. My first question is, so we had to make a quick amendment. I will motion for the amendments debate, but we had realized that the total Senate contribution would exceed the cap that we had placed. The initial one would have been $25,762.55. But we cannot go over 25,000 per our spending cap. So I just wanted to clarify that. Will you guys be capable of paying off the extra $762.55?
Yes, I only wrote that because from the bill that I received in the mail a few days ago had that for the contribution for the SGA. I do know that the cap is $25,000, but just because it said on the bill, that's what I just put up there in case that's what you guys would want me to present instead of what I expect.
Awesome. I just wanted to clarify that so you guys didn't get caught off guard on
No,
that.
thank you.
My second question is a bit more technical. Are you all aware of the post-funding procedures that are required of you should you receive these funds after this bill is passed?
Yes.
Awesome.
Chair Borges, did you have any other questions or anything, or?
I could ask some questions, but I figured out a way to do the amendment later, but I'll ask questions now.
Got
Can I
it,
ask
okay.
two?
Yeah, you may.
Do you have at least 2 financially trained officers?
Yes.
And then are they authorized officers through
Yes.
court? Okay.
Any other questions for the RSO? Borges?
Sorry. Do you understand the post-funding process?
Yes.
All right. I will either take a motion to extend questioning or we'll just move on. Temple?
For the sake of allowing the chair to help to focus on this, move to extend by 3 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend questioning by 3 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it stands. Any other questions? Oh, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I just have a question. So, would the act of renaming, instead of being like from an event to a project, will that delay the bill by any chance?
Mm-mm.
Nope.
It's so it can fall under like certain guidelines within our statutes,
All
so
right.
that you're able to get the funding.
Yeah, just want to make
No
sure. Thank you.
Mhm. Are there any Temple?
A question for you.
You may.
Would the chair be liable to tabling this bill so the amendments can be made? Then we can revisit this after our fiscal bills, the rest of the fiscal bills can be seen.
I mean, it's in the interest of the Senate. You can make a motion.
Well, I'm gonna give it a shot. Move to table fiscal bill 5510.
There's been a motion to table fiscal bill 5510, meaning that we can return to it after we see other business. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we'll table it. If you don't mind, we're gonna come back to your bill so that we can fix it so that you're able to get funding. Awesome. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Oh, you can go ahead and have a seat. We're gonna go to the next bill so that they can fix everything. All right. You're welcome. Bless you. Okay. All right. Carter.
Present and voting.
So noted at 9:09 p.m. Senate, I also want to let you know that I will have to leave early at 9:30. I have to take the LSAT at 8 a.m. tomorrow. So I have to get a little bit of mental rest. This should be the last time. I won't leave y'all again. 9:30, Ned. Okay, please. I will leave at 9:30. I will yield the chair over to Pro Tempore DeMarla. I just want to apologize. This is the last time I'm taking it. All right, moving on to Fiscal Bill 5512, funding for 12 members of the Future Theme Park Leaders Association to travel to the FTPLA California Executive Management Shadow Week in Southern California from December 10th, 2023 to December 19th, 2023 by D-Leg Morset. Temple?
My apologies. Are we to see 5511 Baja?
No, that was a mistake in the agenda. They're actually supposed to be seen next week.
Understood. Thank you.
No problem. I don't think we just exited out. I don't think it needs to, unless,
Was that approved in the initial approval of the agenda?
yeah, so we may have to reapprove. How would we go about that, reapproving? Anyone?
Ethan, sorry, Temple.
They need to be put on. They're already seen though in FAO. So they'll be on second reading for next week.
Okay, so then
Or we can keep it on there and then we can postpone it. Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to postpone Fiscal Bill 5511, funding for the Baja International to host Baja SAE California, to Gorman, California?
So moved.
Oh, y'all didn't even let me till next week's meeting.
So moved.
Okay, thank you. All right. I'm sorry, y'all had a brain fart. There's so many procedures. Barnett.
I have to leave early as well. I have an assignment.
Okay. Yeah. That will be a half absence unless you submit an absence request, but just let you know it'll be a half absence. Okay. So that is postponed. And then the previous bill is tabled. So Fiscal Bill 5512, funding for 12 members of the Future Theme Park Leaders Association to travel to the FTPLA California Executive Management Shadow Week in Southern California from December 10th to December 19th, 2023. Is the RSO here? Yes? Okay, you have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Okay, is this perfect?
All right. In Temple, can you keep it down a little bit? Thank you. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Patrick Weller. I am the current president of the Future Theme Park Leaders Association, or FTPLA. A little bit about us. We are the largest student organization at the Rosen College. Last year, we had 131 dues-paying members. At our first meeting this year, we had over 110 prospective members, and currently we have over 180 registered members on Night Connect. Every week, we host weekly meetings where we talk about theme park news, careers, and upcoming professional opportunities, including guest speakers. In the past, we've had all 4 Walt Disney World vice presidents. And we also do professional site visits to all the major theme parks in Central Florida to immerse members in theme park management and allow them to shadow those executives. We also do an annual week-long trip to Southern California. And this past spring, we had a new offering where we went to European parks as well. So a little bit of an overview about our California trip. It allows students who are actively pursuing a career within the theme park industry the opportunity to shadow and network with executive management in various departments of multiple theme parks on the West Coast, while also conducting research to expand knowledge within the theme park industry. These departments include food and beverage, merchandise, sales, marketing, engineering, park services, entertainment, attractions, and more. And our goal in coordinating this conference is to help students learn relevant academic and professional information through various leaders and managers within the theme park industry. So who do we bring? We bring 8 of our dues-paying members selected through an application process consisting of a professional application and interview with the 4 board members. And we also bring the 4 members of the executive board for a total of 12 students. In this process, we look for professionalism, experience, knowledge, and passion for the industry, organization, dedication, career impact, and more. So the California trip benefits UCF in several ways. It helps us further spread the name of UCF and the Rosen College nationally by exemplifying professionalism and ambition. This is great, especially on the heels of the new theme park and attraction management degree that just began this fall. FTPLA was a huge part of getting that approved in the state of Florida, as the data from our membership helped that process. It also provides a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to members to help them develop career goals and provide job opportunities. On past trips to California, we've actually had executives offer our members jobs on the spot that they have taken. It allows us to also explore differences between the Florida theme parks and California theme parks, including different operations, laws, and more, and continue a trip that has been executed by FTPLA for over a decade now. This year, we will be traveling from Sunday, December 10th through Tuesday, December 19th, traveling via plane from MCO to LAX, and then back on Tuesday, December 19th from LAX to MCO. During the week, we'll be conducting site visits at Knott's Berry Farm, SeaWorld San Diego, Universal Studios Hollywood, Disneyland Park, Disney's California Adventure, and Six Flags Magic Mountain. And then a breakdown of the funding we're requesting for. We'll be staying at the Knott's Hotel. They have hosted us for the past several years. That is for 12 students and 3 rooms, $1,548.12 per room for 9 nights, for a total of $4,644.36. We'll be flying with American Airlines. The quote they gave us this past week or two was $469.48 per person, for a total of $5,633.76 in total. And then we are looking for registration for 8 of our members to Disneyland. We have registration for 4 of them already from a donor. And that is to allow us for an observational day which helps us understand operations from a guest perspective and directly observe differences from parks on the East Coast. Managers and executives and professors frequently stress the importance of understanding the operation from guest perspectives, as our industry is primarily driven by guests and their experiences. That is $219 per person, for a total of $1,752. Making our total applicable cost $12,030.12, and our total requested funding $6,015.06. Beyond that, we will be using rental cars in California to get around. That is $1,900 estimated. So FTPLA's total cost after funding will be $7,915.06, which we will pay with a combination of dues, fundraising, and trip costs that the members that are selected do pay. Myself and our treasurer, Sam Grimm, are financially trained, and we do understand the post-funding process. And in the event that a selected member can no longer attend, we will have backup members. Typically, we have 40 to 50 applicants, so there will be plenty to choose from. Thank you.
He basically told you not to ask if his officers are trained and if they know the financial process. I'll go Sandlin, Temple Borges.
Just to clarify, you're not asking for financial assistance for the rental cars?
No, we are not asking for financial assistance for that.
Temple.
Question to anybody who can answer. I'm not sure if others have it, but the final be it further enacted clause for when the verification of purchases form is due. It says January 250. I'm not quite sure how to word that. Can somebody clarify when this is supposed to be due?
It's an amended, so it's supposed to be the 25th.
It didn't show as an amendment online. Sorry about that.
What Chair Smillo said is correct. The 25th was the 5 business days from this 18th.
Okay. Did you have a question as well? Not anymore.
I was going to ask, you understand the post-funding process.
Oh.
But I have to ask it to everyone. So.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Oh, Samila?
On the bill, someone amended the cost for lodging and etc. I just want to know why. I do understand the math of it, but the prices have fluctuated, I believe. Therefore, it tells us in the total it's going to be 46, 44, 36. So I just want to know why somebody changed it to 26.
Sandlin?
I changed it because I changed it to 27 cents instead of 36 because the numbers as they are on the bill for the lodging costs, they come out to 46, 44, and 27 cents, not 36.
Yeah. Speak on that. So we received that rate directly from the Knott's Hotel. They do give us a manager's rate for that. They just gave us the total for the 3 rooms for the 9 nights. So that per night cost per room was just doing the division, which that is the closest rounded cost for that per night. But the total is $4,644.36.
All right. Any other questions?
Since there are currently a lot of strikes going on in Southern California in regards to hotels not upholding contracts or not having contracts, do you know if Knott's Hotel has a contract in place and is supporting their workers?
I do not have that information as of right now. We have been working with them for the past 5-6 years, I believe.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Any other questions? Carter?
I apologize. You might have said this in your speech, but how long is the trip?
It is from Sunday, December 10th through Tuesday, December 19th.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any other questions? 3 minutes left. If not, Dallas.
It's just a question of curiosity. I know it says it's an executive management trip. Are you guys like actually meeting the executives and stuff like that?
Yeah, in the past we have, I want to say we've met Josh Damaro in the past, but we typically meet with pretty high up executives in each park. At Universal Studios Hollywood specifically, we do meet with one of their senior vice presidents of operations there. Most of the time it is us meeting with their assistants that help coordinate the trip. Each day typically involves us going around to different departments within each park and seeing how those operations work. We do get to do backstage Q&As with all of the executives we meet as well.
All right. Any other questions? If not, Kringle?
Motion to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Samilo?
Kind of a question for anybody that wants to answer, but do we want to change the cost per night or like add something into the bill so that way it does come up to the total, or are you guys okay leaving it as is? We did talk about this in committee, so it's kind of up to us now in Senate.
Anyone?
At least in the past, as long as it was just like in there, it was fine and it wasn't vetoed by anyone. I think it's fine as long as we fix the total cost because it seems off by $20, I think, unless I'm mistaken.
Are there any senators wishing to speak in debate? Lacasse?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that it seems like it all checks out. It seems like they're prepared.
I just wish I was included so I could also understand operations from a guest perspective.
All right. Lazo?
I also agree. I second the cast. This is a great opportunity to expand the Rosen College's basically reputation. You know, we're known as Space U, but we also want to move forward from our Disney Community College, nomenclature. So let's definitely get Rosen College to really get these opportunities that otherwise we don't get when we're centralized in Florida. And I hope you guys have a lot of fun, and I will be voting in favor of this bill. Resolution.
All right. Any other? Samilla?
Question towards Borges.
You may.
You said it was off by $20.
I keep getting $12,050.12.
I just did the math again and I got the same numbers that are on the bill. Can you just tell me what you're adding up, please?
It might just be my fault. I've had a long day.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Temple?
Just I did the numbers myself. It checks out with what Chair Samillo has. It does turn out to $12,030.12.
Okay. Whatever the cost actually is, I'll just see that as a technical. All right. Are y'all comfortable moving with voting then? Okay. D-Leg?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Fiscal Bill 5512. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Do you have the option?
Netta, double check that Aquila has. Oh.
With a vote count of 39 to 0, congratulations. Fiscal Bill 5512 passes on second reading. Temple,
A motion?
you may.
Move to pick up Fiscal Bill 5510 from the table.
There's been a motion to pick up Fiscal Bill 5510 from the table. Are there any objections? Okay, and with that, I'm going to yield to Aquila. I will see you all next week. Thank you. And good luck to anyone taking it tomorrow. I'm going to awkwardly pack up. Ignore me. I don't think I'm getting all that now. Yeah.
You don't think they come to MCAT now?
For now.
Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate?
if I'm not mistaken, we can reuse the 5 minutes, 5 minute 5 minute speeches, 5 minute questioning, 5 minute debate from
Oh,
the
even if we
individual.
pick it up from the table?
Yeah, we picked
Okay.
up from the table.
Okay, perfect. Whenever the RSO. Oh wait, we can just pick it up from debate.
Yes, we picked it up from debate.
Okay, we have 3 minutes of questioning. If the RSO wants to come up. Yes, Senator Lacasse.
Motion to move to voting.
Move to debate.
Oh, we have not entered a debate yet. No, we're on questioning. Senator Temple. Oh, Chair Temple, I apologize.
It's all good. I don't mind either which way. I'm seeing no questions. Move to debate.
Yes, we are now in debate.
Alrighty then.
You can still stay there just in case there's some clarifying stuff. Chair Borges.
Before I move to see the amendments, are we able to write out what master means? Because I'm worried that either Dr. Frame or President Greenway is going to see that and be like, what does master mean?
Yes, I do not know what master means. Do you like Morissette?
I'll go ahead and change that, but you'll have to give me a second because I have to pull the presentation for that information.
Or if the RSO has the definition of master on the top of their. Oh,
Yeah, the master
okay.
is just a combination of each price and for the subsystem and add it all together.
Okay. Do we have any other debate while we get that? Chair Borges.
Yeah, once this is fixed, this is great. We love funding this RSO and RSOs like it, and they always do a great job, and they win a lot, and they make our
Let's
university
go.
look good. So I'd be voting in favor once everything's fixed.
I'm sorry. I know everyone's first names. I'm just trying to remember last names. Okay, that's what it is. I think I saw Senator Quiroga have their hand up first.
All right. I already voted for this in favor at FAO, but I see this as a great opportunity to get this club even more exposure than they have now. And hearing that they win a lot is even better. So I'm going to be definitely voting in favor for this again.
I think Senator Vasquez, you had your hand up.
I'm a member of the STEM department, which hosts STEM Day. So I've seen your guys' presentation over the past 2 years. So like each semester 4 times. And all the kids really enjoy the presentation that they do. It's one of the favorites that always gets booked first. So I will be voting in favor.
Chair Samillo.
Oh, never mind. I was about to say if we could add like the actual specifics, but Borges is doing it right now. So never mind. Actually, I'll debate. I'll spit some facts. Okay.
Thanks.
So, sorry. I'm sorry. I actually just went and watched Gran Turismo, and this is giving me like flashbacks to the movie. And like I want to go again so bad. But like, anyways, I hope y'all have fun. I'm jealous. My job back home is literally to work on cars. So like, I love this. I just love reading about it, and I hope you guys have a good time.
Senator Lacasse.
You guys seem pretty cool. I'm just trying to fill time while they get things situated. But yeah, you guys seem pretty awesome. I think we're going to vote in favor of you. So.
Any other debate? I have a question that I'll point to the RSO. What is your coolest experience as a club member?
I guess Amay speaks first because I'm the one who has the most experience out of the 4 of us, and I have to say the event itself, it's just I would have never imagined to be in an event like that. Just being there, right now I'm just talking numbers, but being there with other 100 universities and seeing how they try to build the same thing that we did, and see like the different ways other people thought about making the same project. It's just amazing. That's all I have to say.
So my favorite memory last year was my first year going to comp, and to close out comp, everyone kind of breaks down their trailers at the same time, and we were right next to, I want to say FIU or FAU, and then on the other side was Georgia Tech, I think it was, and we had a big speaker, and so we started blasting the favorite songs of each team, and we all got around dancing. Eventually, we blew up on the SAE social media feed, and it was just a great time. Thank you.
Do we have a motion? D-Leg Morissette?
Motion to see Boris's amendment as a technical. I don't know if I can do it on his behalf or not.
You can. Let me just see if I can see them as technicals. I'll just see them as technicals. Or Chair Borges.
It could be seen as a technical. I just don't know if it's right. I don't know if I typed anything in wrong, so if someone else can check me.
I'll be honest, the formatting is a little off, so let's accept it and then see. Netta, if you're able to pull up the previous PowerPoint.
Akila, do you want to see the bill's name change as a technical as well?
Yes.
Okay.
D-Leg Morissette?
I just checked the numbers. The numbers are correct.
Oh, they're the same as the PowerPoint? I just see the requested number to be a little bit different.
They stated before that in the debate their cap is 25,000, but that was originally on the bill, so we changed it in FAO.
Okay, thank you. And with that, is there a motion? Chair Temple?
If the Senate is amenable to it, I'd like to table this again so we can check the numbers. Sorry.
Wait, which numbers do you think are inaccurate?
We keep getting a number that's well above the maximum amount, the total amount. So we're
Of what they request?
For what we have so far. So we're gonna have to check. We may need to double check this.
These numbers specifically, or the ones over there on the bill?
The ones on the
Chair
bill.
Borges, if you want.
What we have from there, for some reason, doesn't equal 51,525 when we're doing it with a calculator. I don't know.
Ms. Arso has any insight on that?
From my knowledge, it should equal to the amount at the bottom. Unless someone touched my PowerPoint.
Chair Temple?
A question to the ORS chair.
Yes, you may.
Chair Borges, would you be amenable to having this, in your personal opinion, would you be open to having this tabled again so we can double check these numbers?
If you want to, but I won't do it. I feel bad. So.
I'm just gonna give it like 30 seconds for one of us to just. I'm having Gus just double check. Chair Samila.
I just added up all the numbers and I got 51,915.04. Is that what y'all are getting? Okay.
Yeah.
I also just copy and pasted them into an Excel and it's giving me the total amount of what I just read off as well.
Oh, okay. Does Arsa know why there's that difference? Or like what 400?
Yeah, it's like instead of 525, it's like 900 something.
I'm assuming that once after it was finalized for me, there were some changes that were made that I wasn't aware and I wasn't able to update it. But it shouldn't change the amount of the money that we're requesting from SGA.
So you would prefer us to go with the total amount rather than add up the individual ones?
It wouldn't matter because it wouldn't affect the outcome. That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean for like requesting student government. Okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's just because when we look at things in ORS, you're supposed to use 95% of your funding and then at least 80% of ours. So you don't want to have it too of a high number so that you don't use enough of your funding. So you don't want to get sanctioned.
We'll just go with the number stated on the PowerPoint then.
Okay. So with the lower number then, we'll stick with the original 26,000. Okay, Chair Borges.
So would you recommend we just reduce one of the costs to make it equal to 51,525.11?
Yeah.
Okay. If someone wants to just reduce
the arrow.
to whatever amount.
It's probably the DAC.
Hmm?
It's probably DAC.
Oh, do you think?
That's what I think it is.
Do you
'Cause
think Hugo had something?
I think he made it like a few weeks ago. I just didn't know because was looking at the history for the Excel sheet, and I thought it was like I saw it being made without being told. So I updated it once. And it's probably after that.
Yeah. No, don't worry. We know what would could have.
Yeah.
It was just a mistake doing the PowerPoint and making like the other.
Cheers, Samela.
Okay, so I changed the amount of arrow to 26,369.79. Is that what y'all got? And then it would change the total requested cost back to the PowerPoint amount. So if y'all want to do the math. It's on the bill. I changed it. It's gonna be 26,369.79. All right, perfect. So if you want to see that as a technical, that would be great. Thanks.
I will see it as a technical. Do you like more set?
I just want to apologize to the RSO and everybody else doing math. I have no access to these bills for some reason, so I can't see changes or the bill period. So I do apologize.
Chair Temple.
Yeah, I just double checked the numbers. Chair Samillo's reduction lines up accurately with what the bill with what the breakdown provides.
Okay, perfect. Knowing that, is there a motion? Chair Temple. Oh, actually, I'll go Chair or Senator Lazo.
Motion to move to voting.
There's a motion to move to voting. Are there any objections? Oh, Vice Chair Sandlin.
I just have a question. Are we voting on the amendments that were just made?
No, we're voting on the entire bill. I just saw everything as technicals.
Gotcha. Thank you.
No, you can still object. We haven't entered. Chair Borges.
Sorry, we just need to change the first therefore be it enacted because it says 25,762.55.
I will also see that as a technical. Thank you, Chair Borges. Sorry, Chair Borges.
I'm good now. If you guys are, move to vote.
There is a motion to move to vote. Are there any objections? I'm going to see everything as technicals, by the way. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedure. With the vote count of 37 to 0, fiscal bill 5510 passes. Resolutions none, special acts none, internal committee caucus time, SBA 10 minutes. Oh, you're good to go, by the way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senate.
I didn't have to do
All right, everybody who's an SBA, please come to the table. Otherwise, all non-SBA members, please exit the room.
Congratulations. I'm going all around. See you soon. Yeah, you guys have a good one.
Get out of here. Oh, why is it so loud? Get out of here.
Please, if you guys are not an SBA, please leave. Is everyone ready to start?
Yes, sir.
Everyone? Everyone, are you guys ready? Okay, go to the SBA channel and then I made an announcement. We are going to be caucusing to see Proclamation 5504. It's linked to the agenda, but also Brody sent out another one just in case you can't access the one in the agenda. So I call this meeting to order at 9:45 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Vasquez. Present. Can someone go please find Campbell? Approval of the minutes. Please take a look at last meeting's minutes and I'll take a motion. There's been a motion to approve last meeting's minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it is approved by general consent. Approval of the agenda. Please look over today's agenda and I'll take a motion. There's been a motion to approve this meeting's agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none, it is approved by general consent. Motion to move to new business proclamations. Okay, we are there. So we'll be looking at Proclamation 5504, proclamation recognizing the week of September 11th through 17th, 2023, the National Hispanic Serving Institutions Week. I will take a motion to adopt this into committee. Pro Tem DeMarlo. Any objections? Seeing none, this has been adopted in committee. I'll take a motion for speech, questioning, and debate. Senator Nov-Krasat.
Motion to speak, 3 minute speech, 3 minute. 3 minute speech, 3 minutes questioning, 3 minutes debate.
There's been a motion for 3 minute speeches, 3 minute questioning, 3 minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, as so it is. So, Aiden, whenever you're ready, I'll give you 3 minutes. Yes, Chair Campbell. So noted at 9:48 p.m.
Sorry, I don't have a presentation that was given by one of the HSI people, so I'd rather give that presentation for you all as a whole. Well, yeah, so I pulled up some research for y'all. I don't know why it said it like that. You see how it's like Latin, like going down? Yeah, I don't know. It, like, agenda is fine.
Akila, I have a question. This
Sorry, guys. Oh, this one looks weird.
Here you are, and you can scroll as we
Can I just like do the wait?
excuse you guys. Would you like to
Can I do
speak at the
this?
end of the Senate meeting, or would you like to speak when we get out of SBA?
I would like to speak at the end of SBA meeting if possible.
Okay, we can move back to open forum at the end.
For SBA.
Oh. All right. Am I good?
Yes, I'll start the timer when you start. You got this.
Are good? All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Aiden DeCara. I am the Latin Hispanic Caucus Chair. Basically, this proclamation is regarding the next week of the 11th to the 17th, which is nationally recognized as the Hispanic Serving Institutions Week. It basically recognizes all Hispanic serving institutions and what they've done for the Latin Hispanic community. So basically, this entire presentation is an overview of that. Basically, it's words that this is from the Dr. Munoz, who basically runs the HSI Initiatives department, and basically I'm just using her presentation to help explain that. Basically, what HSI eligibility criteria is 25% full-time equivalency Hispanic Latino undergraduate enrollment. This past academic year, we had about 29.18% of the student body identified as Hispanic. Threshold of eligible students, about 22,000 students this past year were eligible, and low university expenditures per FTE. I don't know what that means, but it probably doesn't regard us. Our impact, UCF is 4th in the nation for bachelor's degree overall awarded to Hispanic and Latinos, 1 of 3 HSIs in the state university system of Florida, and 1 of 21 Research 1 HSIs in the nation. One of the first, there's actually 2 grants a part of this. It's the HSI's overview. There was a first grant which regards basically Potencial, which is basically how they're going to use it on campus. I have the things right here. Give me 1 second. Basically, one of the goals is they want to help with 2 to 4 year graduation, increase the representation in high impact practices, and increase the sense of belonging, if that's with the education, student involvement, etc., and more. So they are Potencial promoting opportunities that enhance navigational completion, inclusion, and learning. That includes high impact practices scholar programs, high impact like the course recognition, Conotación, which is transfer students, student success coaching, Office of Latino Student Success, HSI faculty fellows cohort program, HSI track, and the Ginsberg Center for Inclusion and Community Engagement. As you see right here, they got about just under $3 million to spend over 5 years. Conotación is for transfer students. This is the second one. This is for graduate research they've been working on. Basically, you can speak more about it later if you want in debate, but basically it's focusing on graduate research, especially in nursing. But that's another just under $3 million they want to use, and it's over 5 years again. But basically just in general, this is a new nursing certificate they came out with. Other ones are the HACU, which is basically Hispanic Association of College and Universities. They basically help give out the whole HSI designation. Basically, this is all scholarships and internships. Next thing is Grow with Google. There's a career readiness program. Latinx leadership. That's coming back in the spring 24. And then after that is was it Serving with Excelencia? I think she didn't add it in here, but we actually here. This is another thing next week they're doing. Recognizing next week will allow us to recognize this event, which is happening on Wednesday. We will be like Latin Hispanic Caucus will be there on like also tabling. And then this is actually something that's like tentative date, the 15th to the 26th. This will be during Hispanic Heritage Month. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus actually will be here speaking with us about like education or just student involvement in general and like what they did. And then, yeah, actually, Dr. Cynthia Munoz is actually the person, you see the Vamos Nights bus? That was her. That was her first initiative. as being HSI director. I think that's it. But basically, like, I want to see it tonight because if we saw it next week, it just wouldn't make sense. But recognize it's very important. Like, we also have the Seal of Excellencia, which means we're one of like 578 institutions, only like 20 something have it. And so we basically have the data to show that we've been doing our work. And basically, the more we show and recognize for what the school has done for our community, it means we, like, the faculty would want to do 10 times more with us, do more with MSC, just showing that we recognize the students and recognize the faculty for putting their work into the Hispanic Latin community. I yield my time.
All right. So we are now in a period of questioning. Does anyone have any questions for Chair DeCara? I'll take at least one. Yes, Pro Tem?
So following this proclamation, what actions are you going to take on behalf of student government to promote HSI Week?
So basically, I've talked with this to Dr. Munoz about this. So next week is our first actual event where we're working with HSI as student government. This is the atrium. There are going to be multiple different organizations there tabling just outside there. So you'll definitely be seeing me. We're going to be talking about what we're doing as a caucus. And thus from there, I've talked to her about teaching more students about the programs that the UCF offers. The high impact practices program is something they just started this year that focuses on getting a lot of students into research and internships, and it helps them build like strategies for when it comes to studying and school in general. And so basically, I've been working on with her slowly, and I honestly have talked to the pro temp and the Senate president. Basically, is about making a kind of like a conference in a way. So we get the DGC chapters of like the Latin chapters, student associations, just general RSOs, so they can understand that these programs are designated for the community. Though they're for everyone else, they also do fall like that, a preference towards the Hispanic Latin community. And basically, the whole time I'm going to be in like the chair is like this entire month is focusing on getting these students like informed about the things that this school does for them.
Do you have any other questions? Seeing none, I'll take a motion. Pro Tem? There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. I'll take at least one. Oh. Yeah, you can go.
This is fun. Hey y'all. All right, so I'm gonna hope that this is how the debate works. Being somebody who originally wanted to come to UCF for its diversity as well, and knowing, kind of like learning the fact that we're an HSI that serves, I think, what, 25% of the land. 25% of our body, about 30% of our student body identifies as Hispanic. All right. That being said, I guess that makes me happy to see the initiatives that UCF overall takes for the Hispanic Latinx population that we have here, and I am voting in favor.
Anything else? Anything about the bill? Yes.
It eats. I'll be voting in favor. I urge everyone else to slay.
Chair Almanchili? No, you may not. Any other debates? Seeing none, I'm going to go and do my own. So after talking to Chair DeCara, I can tell that the Latin Hispanic Caucus is doing so much for this. I know that they have a lot of passion. They have a lot of initiatives. They have a lot of work. Give him a round of applause. He works very hard. Knowing that the absolute passion that is going behind this bill, but also that it is backed behind actions. That is exactly what SBA is here for. We are here to help students, but we are also here to push initiatives, push anything that will help our students. So I will also be voting in favor. And I think this is an amazingly written bill. So yeah. And with that, we're going to be motion to move to vote. Is there any, so motion to move to vote. All right, we're now. With a vote count of 10 to 0, this proclamation passes. You may.
So like we after talking with Dr. Munez too, basically we're trying to we've talked about how also I'm not pushing out the other caucuses if you are a part of them. Like a lot of these agencies have been here before the caucuses were here, and what I've told her is that we play a supporting role. So basically HSI will be posting a bunch of stuff next week regarding events or just information. And also I've been working with also us as student government, talking about recognizing HSI Week, telling what HSI means. Like you just saw, like I gave you like the definition of what it means, everything, all the different programs. So, as a start, student government just posting on, their Instagram about those stuff and then linking it later on in the website. Like that's my job, is basically to inform all these students. And thus I am starting by like Monday or Tuesday, there will be hopefully a Instagram post from student government regarding this.
We love to see it. We love to see it. Aiden, you really ate with this. I'm not gonna lie. You kind of ate with this. Okay. Motion to move back to open forum. Okay. And now we're back in open forum. Anyone wishing to speak in open forum, you can come down.
No, I haven't done this before, so I'm so sorry. This is my first time talking at an SG meeting. Also, my first SG meeting. Wonderful so far. I believe this is for SBA, but you may correct me if I'm wrong. My concern. Sorry. Recently, bills have passed in the Florida government that limit the bathrooms that students and professors may use at colleges. May I ask what SG is doing to combat that, perhaps, or to make sure that the bathroom can be a safe space for students so they do not feel that they are harassed, othered, or unable to use a basic necessity?
I'm just going to speak on my own. Oh, wait. Protef, you can go.
I can answer a little bit based on the meetings I've had. So I've been coordinating with the Vice President of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion, Dr. Guzman, on campus. And unfortunately, because of these bills, we have to be put in such a situation where it is difficult for people to, feel comfortable in places that they should feel comfortable. But it is all like a little bit of a wording thing. So, they haven't strictly, they've kind of established what their boundaries are, but we haven't really, presented what we're doing and them approved it yet. So we're still kind of in that limbo phase from what I gather. But I'll be following up with her to get more. From what I understand, there'll still be like family restrooms and stuff. I believe the exact word usage they are not allowing is gender neutral. Or unisex, sorry. No, not unisex. That's not the word. There's a certain word that they're not allowing to use on them, but there are other words that, like family restroom, that they should be allowing. But I will be following up on that.
Also, sorry. Also, Elle, before I let you speak, I do know something that I use as a trans person in the situation, that there is the T guide that has a map of every single gender neutral bathroom on campus. That is the current only solution that we have. However, we are willing to create a new project in SBA if this is a concern. Chair Kimball, did you have anything to say?
Yeah, so as a trans person, like I've been facing similar issues with this. One thing that I've talked in passing with other senators about that I actually want to get something done about is possibly reach out to some of the administration and UCF police, because the easiest way to solve this problem on this campus would simply be to ask UCF police to not enforce this specific group of laws. That is something that is under the jurisdiction of the police. The police have discretion to enforce or not enforce specific laws under the state. So that is an option, but past that, I've seen, at least from my personal experience, I've been trying to find guides on just like where the gender neutral restrooms are, like what you've been saying, or unfortunately just not going and just kind of holding it in.
Sorry.
I will say also, as a trans person, I've had to use the bathroom. There are no gender bathrooms in some rooms. There was one time during the summer where I got absolutely soaking wet from the rain, couldn't go to the bathroom to dry off, so I had to go to class like that. There are times that sometimes I believe there's one in the student government, and not student government, in the down there. I didn't know about that until recently. So I do think that another thing that we can do is advertise the T guide. I don't believe that we could also try and update it. I don't know if it's outdated information, but then I believe that promoting that and also talking to UCFPD could be a solution that we could start working on.
I'm so sorry. I forgot to raise my hand earlier. Oh, okay. I'm a little off sometimes. I actually, I've completely forgot to introduce myself and my relevancy to this in the first place. My name is Liam Borg. I'm a student here. I study political science. I'm also the vice president of a nonprofit called Project Caris. We are an LGBTQ plus student rights nonprofit. And recently we've been working with the Center for Policing Equity as well. And so I actually had two suggestions for SBA, if you will. One regarding, I'm so sorry, what's your name again? Chair Campbell. One regarding Chair Campbell's mention and another regarding your own. What are your pronouns again? Okay. Should I say Mr. Chair? I have no clue how to say that. Chair, Hamid, Chair Hamid. Okay. And so my first recommendation, of course, is to suggest policy of selective enforcement to the University Police Department. That is the official name for what Chair Campbell was describing. My second recommendation is to make sure that there are one family restroom, or if the wording is allowed, unisex, gender inclusive, gender neutral, whatever. I had no clue that was actually not allowed, so that one's on me. Okay. Our governor sucks. Okay. Yes, please, because I believe that language can be very important in this setting. I would like to recommend. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I also just wanted to add, because I just realized something. Since that last meeting, the Florida Board of Medicine has added new restrictions onto the bathroom ban because that bill gave them extra power to, and it's made even worse restrictions for students and staff here at UCF.
They also suck.
Informal, please.
Informally. That was just a cough. I didn't say anything. Yeah.
But no, one of the new restrictions is if you don't use the bathroom that corresponds with your quote birth sex, it's an immediate fireable offense that cannot be circumvented.
Yes, I am aware of that, and that is one of my foremost concerns, unfortunately, because they do not seem to have respect for human rights or human dignity, especially of minority individuals. Like you mentioned, of course, selective enforcement can be a very helpful tool. Another specific suggestion of mine is to make sure that these other bathrooms are available in every building, preferably on each floor. In a more radical solution, you could technically turn every bathroom into it in certain buildings. However, this obviously might be unpopular for obvious reasons. Excuse the repetition. So I just wanted to present my concerns to the committee and see if there was any interest in handling such.
Yeah, I think this is definitely something that we can start to work on, at least on some level of talking to UCFPD about what they can do. Selective policing, I think, would be really helpful because I personally am very scared of getting arrested, so I just have not been going to any UCF bathroom. When it comes to making new bathrooms, we would have to talk to building managers because I know that getting rooms is kind of funky and all that stuff. So we can look into that more. Chair Campbell, did you have anything to say? I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember where I was trying to add something. Just in the talks of conversation with everything, it just makes it so much harder because it was stuff that was recently put in after the meeting that we had, that senators had with OSI about that bill and others. And so we haven't had a discussion on what to do with the extra restrictions put on by the Board of Medicine.
Like for these initiatives, which we will like right after this, we're able to either CC you or just kind of give you updates. So I don't want to just leave you hanging.
I will one up you. I literally just applied to Senate, so. Should I give that to you now or just fill out the form for you guys? Okay. My email is L as in Liam, I as in Ian, 427970 at ucf.edu. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you to the chairs, and not to be unprofessional, but I hope to work with you in the future as well.
We are very excited to hopefully see you soon on the floor. I believe that is it. So, motion to move to final roll call. Oh, wait, we have one more? Yes, you may. Okay, wait, never mind. Ignore what I just said.
Does it work now? There you go.
I hope this is something that will be organized around in the future.
If you would like, whenever we table, if you give a, is it like a link to a petition? Or were we? Okay. Because I was going to ask about if we could put a tabling. Could Women's Caucus table for it?
In Women's Caucus, we had a long discussion and we decided to follow statutes, we would not be able to.
Okay. Chair Yalamanchili?
So I agree with the idea that SG can't do direct organizing around the petition initiative, but what we can do is advocate for that. You know, we have had plenty of political bills that have passed Senate in the previous session. There were resolutions passed on gun control and other topics of the political interest. And so I do believe that the effort that is the canvassing for this ballot initiative that is done by YDSA, Planned Parenthood, Generation Action, and other pro-choice organizations, this can be backed up by the weight of Senate if we have a resolution on the matter. I cannot tell you what that resolution would look like. It would depend on talking to people and seeing what they want. But I'm sure Senate can do something. And also to you, Nathan, props off to YDSA because 800 is huge. There are, I believe, somewhere around 500,000 petitions to be collected, and it warms my heart that of those 500,000, 800 of those will be coming from this table on Memory Mall at UCF, and that is awesome. So shout out to you, Nathan.
Yes.
We're not done yet.
Okay, you ate with that. You ate with that. One question to Akila: would we be able to write a resolution about this if we're meant to stay neutral?
Resolutions are a little bit different than us outright. And like, as a student government agent, what we're supposed to do is remain neutral and vote on behalf of students. So if you think the constituents would vote for this, then you would vote for it.
Okay, sir.
Like, directly, we cannot be like, vote this way to someone, or think this thing on a political view.
So then maybe we could direct this into making a resolution about it to hopefully help your guys' efforts out. And when we start writing it, we can ask you for metrics about how many people have signed it as of that date to include it in there to show that UCF students do enjoy this. Also, I'll go Vice Chair Vasquez and then I'll go down to you.
So we had a GAP committee meeting this week, and we were talking about several topics that we are planning to bring up to the Day in the Capitol event, which is when a bunch of senators go to Tallahassee and lobby with a bunch of the representatives there for the state of Florida. And female reproductive rights was one of the topics that was highly favored. But I would suggest if you could, I could send you a link for our concern form. And not that it wasn't one of the highest ones that we had, but it could be higher, just so it's not one of the ones that gets cut off from the other topics that we're planning on looking at. So if you're interested, you could get the people to fill out that concern form with several other topics, not only reproductive rights, but education and a bunch of other stuff. It would be really great to see that interest.
I fully concur with the idea of writing a resolution on this topic because we have seen so much support from the student body, and it does directly impact students on our campus. And I think it would be incredibly beneficial to our constituents to have something like this that is serving to protect them and their choices.
Quick question: who would be willing to start writing this resolution? All right, you two will start working on it soon. Cool. I'm sure you guys will communicate with each other about that. Also, will the diversity and inclusion coordinator also be included in this? Yeah, I would also reach out to her. I can give you her email after this if you need it. Is there anything else? All right. Sorry, guys. I really wanted this to be a 10-minute caucus, but I think these two issues are very important. So I'm glad that it was brought up now. Motion to move to final roll call.
Then moved.
All right, we are now there. Final roll call and verification of quorum of Vice Chair Vasquez. Same as initial.
Yeah, same as initial.
Same as initial. So quorum is. I don't care. We adjourn this meeting at 10:17 p.m.
We convene at whatever time.
We convene at 10:19 p.m. Sorry guys, I forgot where we were. Internal committee reports, E&A committee. Is Chair Kanal here, or is the Vice Chair speaking on their behalf?
She's here.
Oh. Where is she?
She
wasn't here.
Oh, Senator Kairos.
Chair Canal left a little bit early. She was feeling unwell.
Oh, okay.
If the vice chair could take over in her stead.
If not, I can just read them. Yeah, I can just do it. Well, I hope Chair Kanal's feeling well. She says, "Howdy Senate. Hope everyone has hit the ground running this semester and is enjoying their classes. As I'm still getting over a respiratory illness, not COVID or the flu, and don't want to risk getting anyone else sick. ENA will have its first meeting back next Friday at 2 p.m. in the SG conference room. I apologize for any inconvenience this delay may cause. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions or would like to discuss any concerns in the meantime. I'm happy to talk on the phone/email. We wish her all well." GAP Committee Chair Temple.
Alrighty then. Good evening, Senate. It's been a while. It's good to be back in person. I'll cut the fluff. The GAP has met on Tuesday at 4:30 in the conference room. That's where we will be for the remainder of the fall semester. Finalizing the election day absence policy reform legislation that will be seen on first reading tonight, and we remanded to SBA. If you have any questions about that, feel free to reach out to either myself or Chair Hamid on that. Over the break and the lead up to the fall semester, I, as well as Pro Tem DeMarlo and Speaker Holmes, met with members of Student Success and Wellbeing, the Multicultural Student Center, and UCF's General Counsel, Office of General Counsel, to determine the impact of the recent slate of legislation that has impacted DEI initiatives and other facets of education at the collegiate level. Long story short, any initiatives that we have been doing relating to student funds, so like caucuses or any of the RSOs that embrace DEI, will not be affected by the legislation. Just want to put that out there because I know there have been plenty of concerns surrounding that. Next week, we will be assigning the legislative priorities for Day at the Capitol and be bearing down on research. On that note, please be sure to fill out the student priority survey. You'll be able to find the link to that in the last meeting's agenda. And if you have not yet done so, but otherwise, please send it out to your constituents and RSOs. We need that data in by next week in order to properly get a better cut of what the priorities of students are, so we can have a more accurate representation of what we need to research. We will be looking for a new vice chair, as unfortunately Vice Chair Bishop has resigned from GAP and will be resigning from Senate effective tonight, I believe. But we will sadly miss her, and I hope she does well in whatever endeavor she pursues in the long term. Finally, my on this day fact, because I couldn't resist it, and of course my economic brain is still going mad. In 2008, Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae have entered government conservatorship, basically taken over by the government on this day in 2008, after losing their liquidity through the collapse of the mortgage-backed securities market and during the Great Financial Recession. That's a fun note to end on.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Chair Temple? Seeing none, LJR Committee Chair Yal Manchili.
Thank you, Pro Tem Marla. Hello, everyone, and good morning to everybody who has not received a good morning yet. And before I would like to go into committee matters, I would like to shout out GAP Vice Chair Bishop for doing an awesome job while she was GAP Vice Chair. I would also like to respond to Ethan's history fact. I really love that fact because you gotta love state corporations in the public sector. In addition, LJR met today at 3 o'clock. We saw 3 absence requests, 2 of which were blanket excuses. 2 of them were postponed, while 1 of them was approved. We also saw 6 notifications of non-compliance as a block, for which we authorized up to Tier 2 sanctions for the pro temp. We will once again be seeing Tier 3 in next week's meeting to figure out if we want to accept the pro temp's recommendations or come up with an alternative. So that's that. And lastly, this day in history, September 7th, 1977, first flight of the Lockheed Martin F-22 Raptor stealth fighter. And I include that because I'm a fan of this movie called Top Gun. And the F-22 happens to be one of the greatest fighters the world has ever seen, and certainly the greatest fighter deployed by the United States Air Force. It's a shame that the F-35 isn't as good enough. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Chair Yalman-Chile? Chair Temple.
Two things.
Mhm.
For one, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac both went under after they, meaning they were taken over by the federal government. So I don't know if that quite hits at your support for state-backed corporations. But a legitimate question. So regarding those tiers with the non-compliances, will they? So is it automatically just a tier 1, or is it tier 2 automatically applied?
So LJR simply authorized the pro temp to take those actions. We did not vote to force those actions. And so what sanctions will be applied for each notification of noncompliance is up to pro temp DeMarla. But for clarification, I believe a tier 1 sanction is a warning. A tier 2 sanction is loss of speaking privileges for 3 consecutive Senate meetings. And tier 3 is a censure if the pro temp decides, unless the pro temp decides not to do so through an intervention meeting with the senator that was non-compliant.
A follow-up to either one of you. So will the senators that have been faced with a non-compliance and these tiered punishments, will those be applied effective immediately, or will they be starting at tier 1 with just a warning, but if they don't complete the required actions to come back into compliance, will they be moved to tier 2? Should they not be turned to compliance?
I think I get what you're saying. So the way that it works is that I formally started the process a while ago because I informally sent them out, and then I reread the statutes and I realized I didn't send them correctly the first time. So my formal one was last week, Wednesday. So they have 5 business days before tier 1 or tier 1 stage happens. So tier 1 can be evoked from 5 to 10 days. Automatically after that, it enters tier 2. There's like a there's a timeline in the statute itself. And then tier 3 is 15 business days and above. I'm going to quickly go to Chair Borges because he's had his hand up for a while.
Thank you. I was just wondering if any penal action was recommended in your submission to LJR.
Yes, I recommended penal action. So that's what they voted on, to accept my penal action or not. Yes.
Sorry, I was just confused because it seemed like the LJR chair didn't say what the penal action was for each of them. So that's why I was just confused.
Oh, I can restate them. So in my letter that I send formally to everyone, it states what I encourage the penal action to be, or what I'm saying the penal action is, and then LJR, affirms it. Does that help? Okay, perfect. Chair Carter, I think.
Okay. Yes, I have 2 questions. So my first question is confirmation what LGR meets. So LGR meets on Thursdays at 3 p.m.
Yes, Thursdays at 3 p.m. weekly in the SG conference room.
Okay. And then this is more of a procedural thing for my second question. If you are submitting, for example, a blanket excuse request, how would you submit your proof outside of the request? Would you submit another one, or would you simply just message the chair?
So you could message me the proofs, but when you are filling out a form for a blanket excuse, which is available on Knight Connect, I know they can be hard to find. If you cannot find the senator absence request form, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I can provide you with the link. But with regards to your question, the form does have a space for supporting documentation. It lets you upload a file, I believe. And blanket excuses, for context, are only permissible for academic purposes. So it's pretty straightforward. If you need a blanket excuse for any class you're taking, all you need to do is like upload your schedule from MyUCF to do that. That's pretty much it. But if you can't find the form, don't hesitate to reach out. And if you still need to send other supporting documentation, you can always reach out to me through email. So yeah, thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none. Sorry, my thing got lost. SBA committee report, Chair Hamid.
Hello, everyone. Great to see everyone back in the chamber after summer. SBA meets at 4:30 p.m. weekly on Wednesdays in the Charlottetown Chamber. Please feel free to sit in if you would like to. SBA met on Wednesday where we discussed some concerns we've received and how we're going to tackle them during the semester. We also caucused today to look at Proclamation 5504. Apologies, I thought it would only be 10 minutes, but we went a little bit over that. Pretty please, I asked nicely. Fill out the concern form and spread it around to any UCF student you know or you might not know. Any friends, any family that goes here, any enemies you have. It really helps SBA and it can help you all know any college-specific issues for your dean meeting, so this does benefit you as well. I put the link in there, so please fill it out. That's all.
Are there any questions for SBA Chair? Chair Temple.
Just a bit nitpicky. Are we moving Proclamation 5504 to notice of legislation on second reading? Or has that already been done? My thing just isn't updated yet.
Yeah, it should already be on second reading. I think maybe you're looking at Resolution 5504.
Oh no, it's just my teens hates me tonight.
Oh, okay. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, confirmations none, internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, Resolution 5504, resolution advocating for the implementation of an excused absence for voting in local, state, and federal elections, remanded to SBA. Notice of legislation on third reading, none. Notice of legislation on second reading, proclamations, Proclamation 5504, proclamation recognizing the week of September 11th through 17th, 2023 as National Hispanic Serving Institutions Week. From the Latin Hispanic Caucus, is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? Chair Hamid.
Motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, and 5-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5-minute speeches, 5-minute questioning, 5-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, I'm assuming Chair DeCara will be representing it.
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready if you want to come to the podium more.
Okay.
Am I good to start whenever? All right. Basically, the proclamation is the next week, 11th to 17th. 17th is the National HSI Week. HSI stands for Hispanic Serving Institution, and it means it's a nationally recognized thing through different organizations, universities, and colleges. And thankfully, UCF is one. What does it mean to be an HSI? 25% of the student body identifies as Hispanic or Latino. Of the 684 students of last year, 20,331 identified as Hispanic Latino, which accounts for 29.18% of the student body. Is this poll eligible threshold? Nearly 22 students last year were Pell eligible, and the other one is low university expenditures per FTE. Basically, the university doesn't put as much money out for the amount of students that come in. The impact UCF has done for the Latin Hispanic community. UCF is 4th in the nation for bachelor's degrees overall awarded to Hispanic Latinos, one of 3 HSIs in Florida, one of 21 Research One HSIs in the nation, and of the 571 HSIs in the nation, UCF is one of 28 that have the Seal of Excellencia. It's a 40-page certification that basically shows that UCF has done their job. Basically, HSI has gotten 2 grants, and with the first grant, their goals are to increase 2 to 4 year graduation rates, increase the reputation in high impact practices, and increase the sense of belonging. These grant programs include high impact practices, which focuses on research and basically teaching, focus a lot of eligible first generation low income students. Conexiones, which is coaching, which is transfer students. Office of Latino Student Success, and it also funds the Ginsberg Center. Second grant focuses more on graduate work, especially in health sciences. One of the many initiatives of HSI is the HAKU, which is basically focuses on grants, scholarships, internships for Hispanic Latino students. The Google Career Readiness, Latinx Leaderships through Lead Scholars, and the Excelencia Library exhibit. I don't know if you remember last year in the library when you used to walk through the main area, their entire area you walked through was from HSI. They have events coming up, as why I want to recognize next week is basically the Atrium Takeover, which is more learning about the National HSI's Weeks and UCF's HSI initiatives. Another thing they're doing later in the September is the Congressional Hispanic Caucus is actually coming to UCF, and they're going to do an advocacy and education. It's a more closed event. And actually, fun fact, the director of HSI, if you ever go around seeing the buses, if you see the Vamos Nights bus, that was HSI. So basically, I yield the rest of my time. Oh yeah, and then student government, we're trying to push on it is basically we're supposed to repost HSI information. It's our job to inform these students. We support the agencies and departments that were here before us, before the caucuses. We are here, the students represent. So basically, we just play that supporting role to the Latino Student Success, HSI, MSC. Basically, student government would just be like reposting more and its own Instagram post. But that's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Chair DeCara? D-Leg Morset.
To your knowledge, are all the names that you put in the last whereas clause up to date?
The for like who I'm sending it to and everything. Yes, I did clarify that there's certain programs they don't specifically state who is the director of the program, and I did clarify that I asked multiple people that if it was okay just to say the director of so and so, like the Direct Connect program. I don't know who preferably runs the Conexiones program, so I just said like director of so and so.
Are there any other questions? Vice Chair Kringle?
Motion to debate.
There's a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are in debate. Chair Temple.
Quickly move to see all my amendments as technicals.
There's a motion to see all your amendments as technical, or all of Chair Temple's amendments as technicals. Which ones are they? Oh, the scholars chapter and the and.
Yes, and then the final whereas clause should have a period towards the end.
Okay, I'll see them all as technicals. Thank you. Also, I'll see my amendment as a technical. I just changed it from HIS week to HSI. That's okay. Autocorrect is so weird. So I'll see everything on this document as technicals. Is there any more debate? Chair Simillo?
May I retain?
You may.
So obviously this is something that we want to slay every year. It's a good week. It's something that I feel like we'll do very well, and we have great representation to do well. And with that, move to vote.
There's a motion to move to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedure. Chair Temple? Okay. With the vote count of 38 to 0 to 1, this proclamation passes. Congratulations, Chair Temple.
May I clarify my motion that I'm about to make for the rest of the Senate?
Yes, you may.
So I was approached by Formula SAE right after their bill was passed on second reading because they had issues with trying to get funding after they had received the bill from in prior years. They had struggled to, how do I put this, get everything over the line. So as a result, they've requested that we push Fiscal Bill 5510 through tonight in order for them to make sure that they don't run into any potential hiccups with receiving the funding and getting all the required materials that they need. That way they don't have to fear reversion. With that, I move to return to the approval of the agenda.
There's a motion to go back to approval of the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none.
I move to place Fiscal Bill 5510 on fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on third reading.
There's a motion to move Fiscal Bill 5510 to notice of legislation on third reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none.
I move to reapprove the agenda.
There's a motion to reapprove the agenda. Are there any objections? Seeing none. It's on the agenda.
I move to return to notice of fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on third reading, Fiscal Bill 5510.
There's a motion to go to Fiscal Bill 5510 on third reading. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now there. Chair Temple.
And then I move for a 1-minute speech, 2-minute question, 2-minute debate.
There's a motion for a 1-minute speech, 2-minute questioning, 2-minute debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Or who's representing the bill again? Oh, Danny, you have 1 minute.
It's the same thing that we just saw. Nothing has changed. They just want to see it on third reading, like Chair Temple said, so they can expedite the process to kind of remove all the hurdles they may go through. I yield to questioning.
Are there any questions? Oh, Chair Butler.
Move to debate.
There's a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in debate. Chair Samilo.
So obviously you guys can see the date that this is happening. They do have to build what they are building prior to that date. So just keep in mind that they need these funds for the equipment of what they're building, not for necessarily the attendance of where they're going. So for them to be asking for us to move quite quickly is normal, just because it does take a long time for someone to build something that needs to be so perfect, because someone is going to be, driving that, their life's on the line, things like that. So just keep that in mind while you're voting. And with that, I will be voting in favor.
Is there any more debate? Chair Campbell?
Yeah, I'll be voting in favor as well. To back onto that, I know one of the issues with previous years of Formula Student is, as part of the funding issues, they haven't been able to meet some of the regulations just because they haven't been able to do some of the safety testing. Because once you build your vehicle for Formula Student, you have to go through a ton of testing to be able to be allowed onto the track, and then make sure that your vehicle meets that year's regulations, because they can change pretty heavily from year to year. With that, I'll be voting in favor as well.
Is there any more debate? Chair Borges.
Just technicals that need to be fixed before we vote. The first would be the committee action, the vote from the committee, and then ORS is removing the commas, and then Vice Chair Carnival, the negative 51,000, that amendment should just be accepted to make it positive 51,000.
I'll see those as technicals. Okay, can't see them. Okay, yeah, I'll see them as technicals. Is there any more debate? Chair Butler.
Move to vote.
There's a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting period. With a vote count of 39 to 0, Fiscal Bill 5510 passes on third reading. Advisors, are you guys fine if I move to ANSF Budget Committee? Just so we can end on a good note with you guys. Okay, sounds good. Is there a motion? Chair Temple.
Move to miscellaneous business.
There's a motion to move to miscellaneous business. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in miscellaneous business. Reinstatements, non-elections, ANSF business. Oh my God, ANSF Budget Committee. Is there a motion to open nominations? Oh, yeah, go ahead. Is there a motion for a non-senator to speak?
Okay, so basically what ANSF budget is that at the end, you know how in your fees or in your tuition, there's like an $11 fee for each, what are they called? Like credit that you take. And so all of that money gets put into this really big bank, and then a bunch of students and other higher up people get to decide how to divvy up all of the money. And yeah, what's up, Tyler?
Did you want me to supplement?
Yes, please
Okay,
do.
so the fee is $11.67 per credit hour. Roughly, we had 18.6 million for this fiscal year, decreased by like 3 million from last year. It is all students that vote, but we do have advisors who are faculty, including like Adrian Frame technically was faculty, Shane, the director of the business office, and we kind of get to debate on whether or not we want to remove things or fund things or defund things. As I'm sure you guys have heard on like Reddit and places about the misinformation about the CRT fund being used for our lavish retreats that it doesn't happen. So if that was helpful, thank you, Nana.
And it's honestly super fun. It's like the week after finals week. I put in the dates over here, so it's mandatory. So just like check your calendar right now if you are nominated or like want to nominate yourself and plan on accepting, that you will have to be there Monday, December 11th until Wednesday, December 13th. And then there are also meetings throughout the semester that will be scheduled. So you do need like some flexibility. Yeah, Ethan.
Just a quick add-on. The Monday through Wednesday isn't necessarily solid because last year we were able to finish all our business up by Tuesday. Just wanted to add that in there.
And there's also lunch and breakfast. So truly, if there is no other reason to do it, there's free food is always a good reason. And also helping out the UCF community. So yes.
Is there a motion to open nominations? Oh, sorry.
Okay, so this is what the pieces of paper that you have in front of you are. So basically, you're going to have all of the people that are nominated, and you get to vote for 3 people. So write down like the 3 people's names that you want to vote for, and then me and Maddie are going to like tally it up really quick. And then after like a 5-minute grace period. Yes, but only 3 votes. You can't like vote for one person twice or anything like that. You can only have 3 votes. So just get ready once the nominations are there to write down the 3 people that you want to vote for. Perfect. Thank you so much for your cooperation.
Netta, do you want us to write our own name on there too? To see who's voting for who? Yeah.
And then also write your name on there or your seat number or some sort of identification.
Okay. And we do this will be like a speech questioning debate format. So after that we'll vote. Is there a motion to open nominations? Are there any nominations? Chair Hamid?
I would like to nominate Senator Nava Cruzat.
Do you accept?
I accept.
Vice Chair Duke?
I nominate Chair Campbell and Chair Yolomanjili.
Do either of you accept?
I accept. I also accept.
Chair Borges?
I nominate Chair Temple, Vice Chair Kringle. I think I said that right this time. Yeah, that was it. Sorry.
I accept.
I accept.
Chair Carter?
I'd like to nominate Senator Herrera.
I respectfully decline. Thank you.
Are there any other nominations at this time? Don't feel shy. Senator Molina? Oh my God, sorry.
I nominate Chair Borges.
Oh, Chair Borges already sits on the committee automatically. So yeah, Chair Temple.
So there are already certain members of Senate that are part of it. So the FAO chair, CRT chair, the ORS chair, as well as the speaker and the President Pro Tempore are all automatically on it. We're just picking senators at large.
Are there any other? Senator Lacasse.
I nominate Senator Duke.
I accept.
Chair Campbell.
I nominate ELA Richmond.
I accept.
Chair Hamid.
I nominate Senator Lacasse.
I respectfully decline.
Are there any other nominations? Chair Temple.
Motion. Move to close nominations for the ANSF committee.
There's yeah, you can nominate yourself if you guys already didn't know that. Is there anyone who wants to nominate themselves last minute? No shame. Chair Temple.
Seeing no further nominations, I move to close said nominations.
wait. Eli Richmond, did you?
I will retract my motion.
I like Pullman. I decline.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Third time's a charm. I move to close nominations for the ANSF Budget Committee.
There's a motion to close nominations. Are there any objections? Seeing none. Is there a motion for speeches, questioning, and debate? Vice Chair Sandlin.
3-minute speeches, 3-minute questioning, 3-minute debate.
Do you withdraw?
Yeah.
Chair Borges.
Sadly, we only have an hour, so I'd say 15, 15, 15.
There's a motion for 15-minute questioning or 15-minute speeches, 15-minute questioning, and then 15-minute debate. Are there any objections? Okay. Chair Yalman-Chile, that's the first hand I saw.
Can we go for 7-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate instead?
There's a motion for a 7, 10, 10. Are there any objections? Okay, yes.
That's what I was gonna ask.
This is for everyone entirely. Oh wait. Sorry, I lied. It's the same for speeches, but then the questioning and debate time are total. So each person will get in that example, each person will get a 7-minute speech, and then everyone in total would get 10 minutes of questioning. Okay, Chair Samila.
I motion for a 7-minute speech, 12-minute questioning, 12-minute debate.
There's the motion for 7, 12, 12. Are there any objections? Chair Carter. Oh, wait, sorry. Do you withdraw? Okay, Chair Carter.
I motion for 5-minute speeches, 7-minute questioning, 7-minute debate.
There's a motion for 5, 7, 7. Are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
I object.
Do you withdraw? Yes. Chair Borges.
Before I make a motion, are you guys fine with 5 minutes of each for speech, 20-minute questioning, 20-minute debate? Because there are 7 of you.
Are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
The question, not a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. To who was the question?
Everybody.
Sounds good for me. Oh, okay. Well, just propose. Yeah. Aiden, do you think decorum? Are there any? Okay. Do you want to propose a motion then, or no?
I guess 5-minute speeches, 20-minute questioning, 20-minute debate.
Do you want to withdraw? Okay, let's not spend more than like a few minutes on this because this is Okay, Chair Yalman-Chile.
Would Chair Borges be amenable to 6-minute speeches, 15-minute questioning, and 15-minute debate?
50?
6, 15, 15.
Okay.
I think 15 is a little low. There's 7 of you. We'll get through like maybe 2 or 3 questions total.
Do you withdraw?
Yes, I do.
Okay, is there a motion? Chair Temple.
Move for the 5-20-20, please.
There's a motion for 5-20-20. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we have settled on 5-20-20. Is there a place for them to all sit?
Oh,
In a
wait,
row?
never mind. You can have them wrap around if they do right here.
Yeah. If chair, not chair, sorry, Senator Kairos, and then chair or vice chair, oh my God, Vasquez. If you guys can just move like momentarily, and then since it's a paper ballot, it should be fine. And then could I, all the nominees just sit on this side? Oh my God, my brain is. Okay, nominee Nava Cruzat, you're up first. Actually, can we line up in the order that you guys were nominated so it's easier for everyone? It goes Nava Cruzat, then Campbell, then Yalamanchili, then Temple, then Karingal. We'll start from this side. So Nava Cruzat here, then Campbell, then Yalamanchili, Temple after, Karingal after, Duke, then, and then Richmond's last. Okay, perfect. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Alrighty, hi everybody, good evening. My name is Nicholas Navacruzat, and right now this is my first in-person Senate ever. I will be honest with you guys, I am a little bit nervous, and so far I feel pretty ecstatic for this year. Really quickly though, if I can mention, there is my last name spelled wrong on the word. Two T. Oh, perfect. Yes. All right, thank you. Alrighty, so I am just gonna keep this very short and sweet. So as this is my first Senate session ever, I'm kind of like in the process of dipping my toes, and that's pretty much all I have. Yep. So for the HNS Budget Committee, I will say this: during the time period when there are the mandatory budget hearings in December, I will say that I will be here in Orlando, so that is easily not a problem for me. I do have other time commitments as well, so as for the actual meetings throughout the semester that are to be determined, that might be a bit of a time conflict, but yet again, that is something that I could maybe be able to manage myself. All right, other than that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Campbell, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hey everyone. So those that know me know that I initially came into Senate just for disability-based causes at the tail end of last fall. I was one of the few senators that have come back for this next session. I think there were 14 of us at the start. Not important. But one of the things that kind of just kind of got to me a bit at the last ANSF budget session with Senate last year was how little disability-based initiatives were funded and also disability-based programs. I remember just adding an extra, what was it, $500 to ASL interpreters that OSI provides to RSO events. And it was an extra 50% in the amount of events they could fund just for interpreters, and just it's so easily overlooked, and someone's got to talk about it, someone's got to bring it up, someone has to ask the questions for it, because their budget was consistent year after year, but no one ever questioned why it was consistent when everything else was cut and why it was consistent when everything else was raised. You have to have someone that asks those questions, and that's what I want to be. I just want to be able to ask those questions to figure out why certain things are funded the way they are that other people don't ask. Because in the cases that I brought up, I was the first one to ask.
Chair Yalman-Chili, whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Pro Temp Marla. So, hi everyone. My name is Vihan. Y'all know me. A little brief background about me. I'm Orlando, born and raised. I lived in India for a few years. I'm a health sciences major. I love talking about history and political matters. And I'm also a huge cinephile, I would say. I love going to the movies often, but that's just me. The reason I'm running for ANSF Budget Committee is because I believe that the priorities and the way we fund our all the agencies that the ANSF Budget Committee funds, including the 3 branches of student government, election commission, multiple agencies across UCF, such as OSI, MSC, etc. We have to reorient our priorities. And what I mean by that is that we have to put students first. We have to ensure that services at our university are top-notch and that they are not deteriorating as they have been for the past few years. We have been facing budget cuts every single year for the past few years. The past year has seen the worst one yet. We have seen a $21 million budget become an $18 million budget. So some forms of spending, which I don't believe should be cut, are being cut, and some programs that are unsustainable are not being cut. And so I believe we have to ask those questions and put out those concerns in the ANSF Budget Committee. I will give out a few examples. In 2019, Scantrons and Blue Books were funded at $40,000. They are now funded at $7,500. That is more than a 75% reduction in the budget for Scantrons and Blue Books. ABP, the Alternative Break Program that students can take advantage of to go on service trips to other parts of the country, has been cut from a budget of $82,000 5 years ago to $43,000 today. They used to do international trips. They used to do longer trips, but now they are shorter and they are limited to places like Atlanta. So we have that problem as well. MSC, the Multicultural Student Center, used to be funded at $150,000. This is a time when communities across this campus are being attacked by the state government. Diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives are being attacked by the state government. Now is not the time for cuts to the Multicultural Student Center. So it is my priority that ABP, MSC, and Scantrons and Blue Books gets more funding, because people deserve more Scantrons, people deserve better study abroad opportunities, and people deserve more cultural opportunities as well. So now we come to the point of we have to have a balanced budget. When we increase the funding of these organizations, we have to make cuts, and those cuts have to come from somewhere. And so my proposal for these cuts is I have seen in the budget that training, development, and retreats for the 3 branches exists. It is $1,500 for Senate, $1,000 for judicial, and $5,500 for the executive branch. The executive branch especially gets the most money for retreats, which was used last year to go to a resort. I believe this is a waste of money and not in the students' best interest, with all due respect. So it is in the students' best interest that the budget of retreats for the executive branch is cut. Instead, I also propose that the budget for fireworks for homecoming, considering that it is an alumni event, be cut, because fireworks do not most directly impact students, and the alumni should be covering some of it. In addition, OSI maintains an office of SG Administrative Assistant, which does not exist So we have to account for that as well when formulating a new budget. So those are my ideas. We have to put students first and care most about their concerns instead of other programs and other spending that are not as important and not as directly impactful for our student community. Thank you.
5 seconds. Again. Okay.
Alrighty then. Well, good evening, Senate. So for those who don't know me, my name is Ethan. I have been in Senate for God knows how long at this point. But I actually have been a part of the ANSF Budget Committee in last session. My capacity as a student at large, senator at large, sorry. I was voted into that position as well. And I was able to see firsthand how the budget process goes about. And I was unfortunately subject to that debilitating 800,000, that significant cut from 21 million to 18.2 million. And being in that room where everything was being allocated and doled out, given that everybody was coming in with their own budget proposals, it was jarring to say the least that how many cuts we had to make, but they had to be made because ultimately every single action that we did were compromises. And that's ultimately the mindset that we need to go into with this, because everybody wants their own goal. Everybody wants their own thing funded. And I completely respect that. Everybody wants their own thing cut. I completely respect that as well. But ultimately, every single program that we fund is very important to students, whether we know it or not. Whether that's from the RWC with its mammoth budget relative to everything else to Scantrons. And the budget committee absolutely tried their best to keep hold of what was there already, but we had to make some sacrifices, unfortunately, and that's just how the way things are. And that's nothing of the fault of anybody. That's just money. That's just how monetary matters go. And again, while I understand some concerns raised by students, it needs to be said that I will admit the matters around the budgets are very vague relative to what it could be and what it should be. So above all else, that's kind of why I want to rejoin the budget committee, because the students have the right to know what is going on with their ANSF dollars, as we all should, because it's our money going into this. And ultimately, they deserve to know more about what's being funded, what's being taken out, what could be removed, what could be changed. And that sort of clear communication is vital to students and to us as well in order to maintain a legitimacy as a body. And I should note as well, I had experience with fiscal matters in Senate. I was ORS chair. I'm currently ORS vice chair, but I am joining up as a senator, as just a normal senator, and not in the capacity of replacing ORS chair Borges should he be absent. But nevertheless, I wholeheartedly attest to the fact that yes, student services absolutely need to be preserved, but it needs to be done so in a very calculated and a very strategic manner. Otherwise, things are going to hurt a lot more than the cuts that have already been made. And you need that sort of experience on the committee in order to figure out what sort of funds can go where in order to best serve the students. It's about optimization, not so much what's the best for students, because ultimately what's best for students is very different. So we need to hit the aggregate amount, which is why we need to look at so many different numbers, data, everything else. And it takes a very deft hand in that approach. So as a result, that's why I'm joining back up with the budget committee in order to continue that initiative of maintaining very clear, transparent communication with students. But also to help right the ship that had been so very wronged because of forces beyond our means. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kringle. 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hey everyone, my name is Adam Kringle. I'm currently the vice chair of CRT with the amazing Callie Smith over there. I think my experience in CRT has been one that benefits me greatly. The main reason I joined CRT is I want to be there helping out students with funding to go do the things that they want, to go do the things that will make them better students and better professionals, and to really get UCF's name out there. And I think with that, the ANSF is one of the most important things that we can control as students and as Senate. I really like Senator Yalamanchili's points of it needs to be student oriented. Money needs to go to students, for students, because we're the ones paying for it. We're not paying for fireworks shows. We're paying for books. We're paying for our classes, we're paying for textbooks, we're paying for Scantrons. So I think definitely someone there advocating for students and being that senator at large is one of the most important things we can do for voting for ANSF. But just want to keep it short and sweet. I'll be here all winter break. This will definitely be a priority for during this semester meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Duke, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Rihanna. I am the Vice Chair of Disability Caucus along with Elle. I have been in Senate since the 54th session. I got appointed in about December, and I think almost immediately I joined CRT, and I was up on it, and I sat in it up until the end of the 54th session. And I learned so much from CRT, and I was there near the end when we actually had to make a lot of the budget cuts and the adjustments for the current CRT committee. And I think that whole process of just like seeing how many cuts had to be made and going through all of that, it really put into perspective just how valuable every single dollar in the budget is. And I think having students on this committee to be in that room and advocate for what matters to students, as Senator Yulman-Chility stated, it's incredibly important because we only have so much money within the budget, and it keeps getting cut every year, and we really need to prioritize and optimize where we allocate that money to. And as senators, we need to advocate the student body to the best of our ability, and we need to, whichever senators get chosen to sit on this committee, really need to be in that room and advocate for the best interest of the student body. Thank you.
Thank you. ELA Richmond, 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I, like everyone else probably in this room, joined Senate like for the students to advocate based on their needs. And through the ELA position, I've really learned, and through SBA and even GAP, I've learned the priorities of the students. I've reached out to them. I just talked to them today at the College of Medicine tabling. And I think this firsthand experience of knowing what the students want and what their priority is would give me good insight. But I also think everyone else has great insight. And yeah.
Thank you. We're now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions? D-Leg Morset.
This is for all of them.
Yes, so what we'll do is when you answer a question, we'll first go Nava-Cruzat, Campbell, Yulman-Chility, Temple, Kringle, Duke, Richmond, and then the next question, we'll start with Campbell, go down, third, Yulman-Chility, and so forth.
Okay, a handful of you guys talked about certain activities/events not being needed, and putting more emphasis on like academic funding, like Scantrons and books. I believe like the college experience is an important part to being a student, as much as like obviously we definitely need more funding to kind of offset a lot of the things we already pay in tuition. I believe like a lot of the things, like you guys said, fireworks. I know a lot of people who love the fireworks show when it is put on, but I do understand where you're coming from. So my question is, could there be a middle ground of, putting more emphasis on academic funding? Or if you believe, like there's obviously a belief, could there be a middle ground as well as still putting an emphasis on kind of student engagement side of college?
I want to give a point of information first, that Scantrons, the value was cut because we had excess and there was no need to order them, rather than us taking Scantrons from students, just in case some people were confused about that. But Nava-Cruzat, you can start.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah. Do you believe there could be a middle ground in terms of still putting emphasis on the student engagement side of college, as well as putting an emphasis on kind of more of the academic funding side?
I believe so, yes. One example is, for example, I work at the Recreation Wellness Center, and I know it's something that with the ANSFE, that kind of like grants students access into the facility. And that being said, I think that's all I have to say, actually.
Oh, sorry, Campbell.
Yeah, my apologies. Can you please restate the question?
Do you believe there could be a middle ground in terms of funding for the college experience side of things and as well as the academic funding?
Oh, absolutely. You have to pick and choose your battles. There is academic funding that is needed, absolutely. But also, if you focus on academics all the time, where's your mental health going to lead? If you focus solely on school, but not your ability to socialize and exist outside of an environment or exist outside of your room all day, what do you have? And having funding towards that college experience where people can find places to be themselves, you have to fund things like that. You have to allow people to be themselves as well. And we fund events that allow things like that to happen from personal experience as well. It's important to have both. You can't just pick one or the other.
All right. So to answer your question, I do believe there can be a middle ground between academic funding and campus life funding. And the reason why I say that is because it is important that people be able to get their Scantrons. It is important that people have access to opportunities that will advance their college and career experience, such as MSc programs, ABP programs, etc. In terms of student life, I know that homecoming and Pegasus Palooza events were a big thing in the first week of our semester. I very much enjoyed them. I liked the concert. I liked the comedy show, and many other students did as well. And many other students also enjoyed the plenty of events that I also did not go to. And so those are important. Those should be preserved. That's what makes the college experience fun for students, because life is not all about academics. You got to have a little bit of fun in there too. But I believe there is a fine line in that we are having budget cuts. And so we unfortunately cannot fund everything we want. We have to make our priorities, seeing the cuts that we have been seeing. And so for some things, we might need to have cut, especially when they are not so relevant to student life, and especially when they are not so relevant to academics, like student government retreat funding, as well as other programs as well, such as the fireworks show. I mentioned earlier that this was an alumni event, yet I don't believe the alumni organizations contribute anything to it, which is kind of unfair and something that we might have to look into. So we do have to pick and choose our battles. We can't get everything we want, but my commitment is that I will prioritize the things that most impact students' academics and most impact the quality of the experience that they have while they are in our university for however long they're here for. Thank you. Thank you for the question.
All right. So thank you for that question about like Maura said. And the answer is an emphatic yes. And that actually was something that was executed in the last budget committee session, because we did, because even though there were significant cuts, we were able to parse out the revenues that we were able to claw back from those cuts and reallocate them accordingly in order to make them more efficient. So yes, while it is true that you saw a decrease in the amount of of printable material that you can purchase, so like the funds that you use to print things, yes, that was decreased, but that allowed us some wiggle room to increase things in campus life. That's the kind of thing. That's kind of the shtick, more or less, in the budget committee, especially in the winter meetings. And it is honestly a very fascinating endeavor, because that's where all the clashes of interests combine. And ultimately, the name of the game is compromise. Like, you won't be able to get everything that you want, but if everybody plays their hands very deftly, they can absolutely get something out of it. And ultimately, that something is better, even that tiny little bit of something is able to exponentially improve the lives of students. And that goes into anything. Any additional cent, any additional dollar that is taken away from something will be reallocated accordingly. So as a result of that, yes, you may see some hit in campus life. You may see some things hit in your academics. But ultimately, the committee is there to optimize both of them. And that's it. And that's very much the whole idea of the committee. We have a very limited amount of funds. It's true. We can't just raise deficits like you can with the U.S. federal government. You have to maintain, as Chair Young and Chile had referred to, a balanced budget. And of course, that does have limitations, but ultimately, we are able to make do with what is there. And from what I've seen so far, of course, I myself haven't been able to go to many campus events, but the money that is allocated to the various agencies, all the various departments, they're able to make do with it. Would they want more? Absolutely. Who wouldn't want more money? I would want more money. But they're able to make do with it efficiently in order to provide the best amount of service that can be provided to students. And it is the job of the budget committee and the members therein to make sure that it is the case.
Yes, no, I definitely agree with what you say. Compromise is the name of the game when it comes to the budget. With all these different teams fighting for that one thing, you have to use it as efficiently as possible to really, in the end goal, of course, is to benefit the students. When it comes down to basically fighting to like reorganize where money goes and everything else, I think that, putting students first and being able to work out a compromise and work out how to most efficiently use that money is the most important way to go about things.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I completely agree with everyone before me. I think that it is completely worthwhile to consider this. And I think it is a fine line to walk. But I think that anything that it can enhance the lives and the experiences of all the students on campus is completely worthwhile and worth talking about. You definitely have to consider the trade-offs involved, and compromise is necessary with all the budget cuts that are made. But I think that a balance is definitely achievable, and anything to enhance the lives and the college experiences of every single UCF student is worthwhile.
I believe balancing life and academics is crucial. I think half of what you get out of college is from how you live your life, the events you attend. You learn so much from just living, and part of that living is going to the events, but also getting your academics. So I believe there has to be a balance in order for you to get the full experience and fully evolve as an individual.
Thank you. Also, just for our nominees, I encourage you to keep your answers brief just because that one question took 10 minutes. So are there any other questions? Chair Borges.
Can you guys name at least 1/3, so 6 of the 18 ANSF funded entities?
We'll be starting with Campbell.
Okay, starting with me. So in terms of student government, I know we fund the RWC. I know that we fund OSI. I know that I want to say we fund the Campus Activities Bureau. Obviously, we fund ourselves. And then I want to say one of the big ones that we also fund is, did I already say MSC? I apologize if I already did. And then that's all I can think of off the top of my head, unfortunately.
So I could think of the MSC, OSI, the RWC, the Student Union, the Election Commission, the Executive, Judicial, and legislative branches of student government. I believe exec money goes towards its many initiatives and its spring event, while most of the legislative branch's money goes towards I believe RSO allocations from the FAO and CRT committees. In addition to that, there's also other programs that are funded, like the Alternative Break Program, Passing of the Gavel, and I believe Knights of the Round Table as well. I believe Late Nights also might be one of the organizations that is funded in the ANSF budget.
The Activity and Service Business Office, the RWC, Student Union, OSI, the Sports Club Council are the 5 main departments in which they are funded. The legislative branch, the executive branch, the judicial branch, the election commission, as I said, OSI as a whole, but also agencies such as courts, CAB, Late Nights, I want to say, what's that one? Katrina's gonna kill me for this one. The AB. Oh man, VCE. I'm trying to remember if it actually is VCE, but I know that office is also funded by UCF by the ANSF the ANSF dollars. I am blanking on a few more, I believe. But yeah, those should be the majority of those that are funded by the ANSF dollar.
I just want to say at some point going down this line, we're all just going to start repeating what everyone else said. I will say confidently, I can't name all of them. I think one of them that we might have missed was student legal services, but I have served on the ADSB board with vice president, and I know that even though I can't confidently answer the 1/3 that you're asking for, that is one thing I love to do is the deep dives into policy and the budgets and all this sort of information. So it is definitely something that if I was elected to represent Senate, that I would look into and research pretty in depth.
Yeah, no. Again, we are probably just gonna further down the line, we're just gonna keep repeating ourselves. But yeah, OSI, RWC, Union, all the branches of student government, student legal services, late nights, all that stuff. I believe there's also like disability related allocations and also LGBTQ plus services is on there as well. But yeah, no, I believe that those are some other ones off the top of my head.
Yeah, so court, CAB, OSI, student union, SG, legislative branch, executive election commission, judicial, late nights, MSC, and yeah.
All right, so I believe it's OSI, the union. I believe student account accessibility services. I believe that's what the division's called. I do know that we also used to fund at least late night study, and we did also fund a portion of the RWC at Knights Plaza, I believe.
Are there any other questions? Senator Lazo.
If given the chance to have more funding to bring back services that were cut back or that were defunded, which would be your top or your favorite, I guess, or more important things to bring back?
We'll start with the almond chili. We have 5 minutes. I'm expecting a one-word answer.
I would say all night study.
Bit of a left field one. SLS.
I'm actually unsure. I don't know too many of the services that we have not funded or that have cut.
I would like to allocate more funding towards disability services and sign language interpreters.
Probably more hours on the pool.
I second for all night study.
Some of OSI's and MSC's accessibility initiatives that have been cut back or completely cut over the years, and then also the pool for mental health reasons.
I'm not sure if I'm able to give a point of information as a candidate. May I?
I think I know what you're talking about. I'll give it after. Are there any questions? Chair Smillo.
What committees do you each sit on? And if they're not fiscal, why do you believe that you have enough knowledge fiscally to sit on ANS?
Chair Temple, you'll start.
So I am, of course, the chairman for the Government Affairs and Policy Committee, but I'm also the vice chair for the Operation Review and Sanctions ORS Committee. But I have served as not only a member of the not the Budget Committee, but I have also served as the chairman for the ORS Committee as well during the summer session of last year. So I do believe I have more than enough experience on my belt, I suppose. I think. Okay, good. I have my belt today. But I do believe I have more than enough experience to join up with this committee again and make sure that we use our funds more accordingly, especially considering that we are facing yet another budget cut.
I'm the vice chair of CRT, and I used to serve on FAO. But I definitely think with that experience, you see those budgets, what money were allocated as these committees and how they are used effectively with students and how it's been dropped over the years and how, we just kind of flow with what we're given. But especially with that and ADS-B serving on that board, I think it gives me a lot of experience with the other organizations that are also asking for money. I've seen what their needs are, like person to person, face to face in these meetings. So I think with those 3 committees, it's a huge help.
I'm not currently on a fiscal committee. I had to resign for time constraints at the moment, but I'm looking to join one potentially soon. But for most of my time in Senate, I have sat on fiscal committees. I've sat on CRT and ORS. And yeah, no, I feel pretty confident with my fiscal knowledge for the most part.
I'm on GAP and SBA, but I do want to learn more about fiscal. I do think I have a good know for what the students want, but there's definitely more fiscally I want to learn.
All right, so I am currently in SBA. To be very transparent, this is a whole new learning process for me, and it's something that hopefully along the road I will be able to grasp. Something about me is that I'm eager to learn, and I'm still kind of in the process of trying to understand everything. So I will also include that I am very flattered that Chair Hamid has voted nominate me for this, as this for me personally is a great experience, and hopefully later on I will be able to give good responses.
So I'm the chair of the Disability Caucus, and I currently sit on SBA. I don't have any fiscal experience here in student government, but my parents co-own and operate a small business in my hometown. And when my mother, so they co-own and operate a speech pathology business, and my mother went back to university when I was in high school, I started taking over some of the budgeting and auditing and some of the financial management of the business. Because she just didn't have the time to, and I learned the ropes, for lack of a better term, through that.
So currently in student government, I serve as LJR chair. I also sit on the SBA committee and sit on the GAP committee as LJR rep. I have, however, been on the ORS committee before, so I know a fair bit about how fiscal policy in student government works. I have also read the statutes fairly well, I would say, to give me a good understanding of fiscal policy. And I was in an internship in Washington, D.C. this summer as a policy intern that helped me gain knowledge of
10
federal
seconds.
budgeting with the Fiscal Responsibility Act, Inflation Reduction Act, how that affected our public health agencies, et cetera. So that's how I gained some good experience about budgeting there.
Okay, we are now in debate. 20 minutes. Senator Lazo.
Unfortunately, I didn't hear anybody talk about how a lot of what ASF does and a lot of what their budgeting goes to also benefits long-term reputation of UCF. And at the end of the day, the school is a business and we have to make long-term investments. And sometimes that comes in the forms of homecoming and Pegasus Palooza and fireworks. So I will be voting in favor of those who did understand that that needs to be a strong balance and not just leaning into the academic side, but also looking long-term into what that means for the school. So I'll be voting for Duke, Navajos, and Richmond, and I highly encourage everybody else to vote for them too. They have a lot of potential, they have a lot of passion, and they have a lot of experience that they're going to be bringing to the table. Thank you.
Chair Dickey. Oh, I apologize. Chair Borges.
Thank you. So I apologize to anyone who just joined and doesn't know much about fiscal for saying this, but from my experience, this committee works better with experience. This is a huge deal. There's a lot of money involved, and there's a few people with fiscal experience that I already know would do great without a huge learning curve. My question about the 1/3 was strategic. I know you guys would just follow each other. Temple and Yalom and Chile named the most, but Kringle did, I think, was the best by identifying something that was not said previously, which also shows a ton of knowledge to know what hasn't been said yet. These individuals I'll be voting for are Temple, Yalom and Chile, and Kringle, and Duke as the alternate. If we get to that today, we won't. Temple has been ORS chair and vice chair, has been on the committee before. The other ones have fiscal knowledge, even though Yalom and Chile hasn't been in a fiscal position. Other than that, not a single candidate was bad. You all did great, but there usually someone resigns. So if you didn't win, try again next time. There'll probably be another election in like a month. So,
is there any more debate? We'll do Chair Samillo, Senator Brown, and then Chair Vaughan.
Hey. So obviously I'm someone that is going to be sitting on this committee, and I hate to be biased, but obviously I'm voting for my vice chair. My vice chair has asked me so many questions. Not only are they a new senator, but has a lot of knowledge about everything. We have sat down for hours and hours and hours, and he's asked me so many questions. We've done so many things. We've gone over Title VIII like it's the back of our hand. Like I could literally ask him any question, and he'd be like, "I got you." And even if he doesn't, he will get on it in like seconds and tell me like 2 seconds later, like this is what it is. As well as last year, I wasn't an active senator, but I was an SGLC, and Senator Duke was part of CRT. So I feel like that is also a good experience, as well as Ethan Temple, who was someone that always is talking, as we all know. But he's very knowledgeable and has the experience to sit on this committee like no other. So those are the 3 people that I will be voting for, and I encourage you all to do the same.
Okay, so the nominees I feel are most fitted for the role are the ones that, based on their speeches and the answers to the questions asked, are the ones that reiterated the importance of focusing on the students and prioritizing what the students genuinely want, and also the ones who referenced specific things that they're interested in implementing or just focusing on as part of the committee, and also the ones that had good fiscal knowledge. So the nominees I feel like are most suited for the role are Yalamachili, Caringal, and Duke.
Chair Warren.
I will be voting for the representatives that brought these students' needs first. All of us took an oath to put these students' needs first before all else. So I will be voting for Yalamachili, Temple, and Caringal because not only have they put in consideration the students' needs first, and especially that time is more important than ever with burgeoning hostility and misunderstanding through misinformation from the student body on where and why things have been cut. And so I will be voting for those 3. Thank you.
Chair, I think I saw Chair DeCara's hand.
Sorry, I just talked so loud. Basically, I was looking at more like you have to understand that a lot of this money gets moved around for certain reason. It's out of the control of the school sometimes with the budget that the money that they're given is removed. But I was looking for the Senate, like for the senators up here in the chairs that were looking, understanding that they want money to be moved into here, but they have to understand like, well, where's that money coming from? So what program are you going to take money away from to fund that program? And there's also another understanding of, you have fiscal knowledge, but you have to understand like there's a way of talking to people and like knowing the needs of the students. So obviously just interactions with the senators themselves, I'm going to be voting in favor of Caringal, Richmond, and Duke.
Senator Lacasse.
Yeah, so I feel like an important part of this is making sure that we have representatives on this body that will ensure that the needs of those like forgotten and left behind are met, while ensuring like concern is stated for all students and making sure that what is needed is met. So for those reasons, I will be voting for Duke, Yalamachili, and Temple with Campbell as my alternate.
Is there any more debate? Senator Herrera.
Yeah, I'll be voting for Senator Yalamachili, Duke, and Campbell. All of them for very similar reasons, but I just want to especially emphasize the fact that all of these senators have mentioned the balance between student life and academics, and especially in a time in which the cost of living in general is just skyrocketing, and there's a lot of attacks on different groups of people. Like, for example, Campbell and Duke emphasize their support for disability communities and funding basically disability initiatives. Those are my main reasons, and also the overqualification of these 3 candidates and their deep knowledge of just economic matters. Yes.
Yeah.
This is for either Netta or Pro Tem Tamara. Will we be voting on the alternate? Do you want us to put that on the paper as well?
No, just this one. I'm just gonna put it out there that I'll be voting for senators that aren't in leadership positions. I think this is a great opportunity for people who may not be accustomed to Senate to get involved, because that's the way I first got involved last year, and I think it really helped me. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought it was Pro Tem 4 still. I apologize. Thank you, Chair Borges. Okay. Is there any more debate? Okay, seeing none, is there Chair Borges?
Sorry to have to cut
No,
you
you're
off.
good. I totally forgot. So thank you for
Yeah,
reminding me.
I'll just give some clarification for anyone who's not sure. I love Campbell's and Duke's points about the disability services. However, ANSF really doesn't fund those at all. They won't really be a topic other than very minimal things. With not a lot of money, it won't really be a thing we can really discuss that well, which sucks. But I know you guys are working on great things. Other than that, there's a few things that are mentioned that I maybe can shed some light on, like regarding the leisure pool. The RWC wanted to reduce those hours, not just, they weren't reduced for no reason. Same with all night study. The lease was up. There was no chance we were going to get rid of it no matter what. We had no choice. The RWC was not going to sign again. Same with like all night study. The union, or I already talked about all night study. For the Towers gym, same thing. The lease issues. We have a lot of different things that like go into this, and I feel like without fiscal knowledge, you don't know what to give and take. I know a lot of things were mentioned were just impossible, but great ideas. And that's why I stand firm with my 3, Yellowman, Chili, Temple, Kringle.
Do you want to end with a motion?
I guess. Move to vote on the Senate seats for ANSF.
There is a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none. If you are a nominee, you can vote as well. So what we'll do is write your top 3 names and we'll collect them. Yeah, and then we have to check we get a majority vote first for anyone. So we might have to redo this.
Right. So if everyone can write their name on their piece of paper so that we can put it on the voting record, and then also at this time provide an alternate.
Okay, Akila, I'm gonna write it.
In the past, we have had it a separate, and we didn't make a motion to see them together. We have 12 minutes if you wanted to do it really fast, but I don't know if we should.
With a vote count of 5 to 8. Sorry, there's like some like cursors covering it. Yeah. 5 to 8 to 30 to 29 to 24 to 15 to 9. Yalman, Chile, Temple, and Kringle have been voted in. Okay, appointments. Disability Caucus, Luther, resignations, FAO, Senator Lacasse, LGBTQ Caucus, Senator Lacasse, APIA Caucus, Senator Kringle, LJR, Senator Daedalus, SBA, Chair Carter, Black Caucus, Chair Carter, and then we can, oh, sorry, Chair Yalman, Chile.
Just a question. Last minute, can I be resigned from SBA and added as a regular member of the GAP committee?
Sure. Is there motion to go back to appointments? So moved. Is there a motion to appoint Chair Yalman Chile to GAP? Or oh, he can. What is it?
Say I hereby appoint.
Oh, I hereby appoint Chair Yalman Chile to GAP. Woo! Okay. Is there a motion to move back to advisors report? Senate forum? Okay, then let me do my DeMarlo's drip down real quick. First place, Laurel, give us a spin and a stomp. She has light up shoes. Second place, Benjamin with the all green fit. Looks so good. Let's go. Third place, Ronit. What a classy fit. Love it. And then for honorary mentions, Vihan, Aiden, and Gabriella. I love it.
What about Austin? He's like all decked up too.
Is Austin's all decked up? Okay, Austin, give us a spin, I guess. Someone's nominated you. Yeah.
He gave him the suit. It was nice.
Oh, woo.
He had a suit on. He had a jacket. He had a jacket on.
Oh, there's the jacket. Okay. Anetta's side drip down. Maddie, I love it. I agree. Is there a motion to go back to Senate forum? Senate headshots. Last chance next week at the Burnett Honors College Pegasus statue. Dreeb did such an amazing job. September 13th, Wednesday at 2 p.m. September 14th, Thursday at 3:30 p.m. Senate deliberations. None, I'm going to say. Advisors report.
So I'm gonna pretend to be Brody. La di da. Oh, so much sickness. Oh no. Anyways, Brody is out. I'm here. Yeah, no, I'm just kidding. But anyways, yes, send your thoughts to Brody. Okay, here I am, everyone. Now I'm Neda. Ta-da. And so basically, welcome back to Senate. It was so nice seeing everybody. Please give me some grace while I learn all of your names. It might take me a while, but you know what? I'm gonna get it down eventually. I have been planning something very exciting over the summer. So usually student government is super serious. We come Thursday, we're here for 6 hours, and then we cry when we go home. So I was like, let me help all of the senators, and we can do something fun now. So I have all of these fun trainings and also activities for us to do and bond and have a great time. And yes, so we have a green dot training, which green dot is like the if you see something, say something kind of training on campus. So, and it's just going to be for student government. So I'm like, you know, they're coming over here in your hood. We have fall cookie decorating, building winning resumes. I figure like a lot of y'all are going to be applying to, I don't know, jobs, internships, stuff like that. So it's good to have a good resume. We're going to do a Halloween movie and some snacks, friendship bracelet making. And this is the day before the election. So like you can go and like vote on campus and like swap bracelets, like at the Taylor Swift concerts, you know, like the friendship bracelets, but like, what's the word? What's the thing? But like political almost, but it doesn't have to be political, but you know, you can make them political if you'd like. And then we have acing the interview workshop. And then the last thing is that during finals week, I'll have snacks in the office and some coloring sheets for y'all to de-stress. So I'm going to send out some invitations on, what is it called? Outlook to your Senate email. So be sure to check those, just so that I can like get a good head count. And just like for my every meeting, I'm going to mention this. If you ever need anything from me and you want to set up a one-on-one, you can look on my Outlook. I have it like so that y'all can look at it, and I have office hours. So feel free to schedule a meeting anytime during then. And if you don't want to schedule a meeting and you just want to email me or text me or something like that, I am here for you always. Any questions?
Hello, great job tonight. It was really cool seeing you come out here. You know, I was really getting sick of Zoom, so it's awesome to see some people in person. Oh, you better all go to Nota's events, or she will cry, and then I will cry, and then you'll all cry, and you'll all feel bad. If anyone can sing and likes indie music, let me know, because my band needs a singer. Cool events at UCF this week. I love UCF and the people who make cool things happen, and that's what we're here for. We give them money to make cool things happen, so why not go have fun? So the Arboretum is having, and this is all within the next week, so click those links, check them out. Arboretum is having a pollinator volunteer shift. Who doesn't love bees? Volunteer UCF Day of the Cats, helping cats. Ain't no party like a late nights party. Go at your own will. UCF Arboretum hike, totally going. Cab links lip sync battle. Yeah. And then a cat. He's dripped out. DeMarlo's stripped down cat.
Is there a motion to briefly go back to Senate Forum?
Oh, I'm gonna speak on my part. So as you saw with the proclamation on my end and the event coming up, and also Hispanic Heritage Month following that, you're gonna hear like a lot from me. And the one thing is that we're be attending a lot of events and tabling at these events, and I would really like it if it wasn't just the same, like my caucus being there all the time, showing that all of the Senate is, instead of like, not even if you're not even my caucus, showing that all the Senate showing up, even for the events, to stop by and get to speak to these directors and these kids. It shows a lot that student government is there to support these these different departments and agencies and these RSOs. So just, you know, I'm going to be talking a lot about certain events we're doing, such as the one next Wednesday. Even though Latin Hispanic is caucusing, it would be really nice if you guys were to come by, you know, be able to speak to some of them. Like, it just means a lot to them that you guys are giving them the recognition they deserve.
I'll also be giving volunteer hours if you need. Is there a motion? I'll do Vice Chair Kringle because he's so excited.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
There's a motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, final roll call. Vice Chair Sandlin.
Lazo.
Present.
Herrera.
Here.
Trainer.
Present.
David Cruzat.
Present.
Kana. Absent. Morissette.
Present.
Temple.
Present.
Bourne,
Present.
Kringle,
Present.
Daedalus,
Present.
Takara,
Present.
Butler,
Present.
Campbell,
Present.
Castillo, Lazier,
Present.
Fintel,
Present.
Hamid,
Present.
Larson,
Here.
Rose,
Present.
Whitson,
Here.
Yera, present. Kiroga,
Present.
Carter,
Present.
Brown,
Present.
Samelo,
Present.
Hamayan,
Present.
Nadella,
Present.
Patel,
Present.
Yalamanchili,
Present.
Shaw,
Present.
Acosta,
Present.
Borges,
Here.
Duke,
Here.
Holmes, excused, Donahue,
Present.
Barnett, absent. Lacasse,
Present.
Polera,
Present.
Pullman,
Present.
Richmond,
Present.
I'm here, Vasquez,
Present.
Kairos Rivera,
Present.
DeMarla,
Here.
and Matal.
Present.
With a count of 41 out of 45, quorum is verified.